Welcome, everybody, to round 2 of the Platinum Endurance Championship. Its 4th season underway. We started a month ago with the 8 hours of Watkins Glen. 4 weeks later, we're here south of the equator in Brazil. The 4 hours of Sao Paulo at the Autodromo Jose Carlos Pace. 4.2 kilometers, 2.68 miles a lap around the Autodromo Jose Carlos Pace. Everyone knows it as Interlagos. Located right smack dab in the middle of one of the largest cities in Brazil. Track is going to be pretty warm. Not a lot of wind, though. Make sure drivers have enough on their hands here tonight. Again, 4 hours of racing coming up here in just a little bit. Over 40 sports car teams present for tonight's race. This morning's race, this afternoon's race, no matter where you are in the world. It's early morning here on the east coast of the U.S., just afternoon over in Europe, and into the evening time over in Asia. Information on the track up on your screen. Again, 2.68 miles, 4.2 kilometers. Is the Autodromo de Interlagos. 25 degrees centigrade is the track temperature at the moment, so it's a pretty warm track temperature to get everything started here. Final practice underway. Again, as drivers and teams are making the most of the opportunity. Several practice sessions throughout the week, getting everyone up to speed and ready to go for tonight's race. For those tuning in, I'm Carmen. Sienna. Appreciate everyone tuning in tonight. I'll be bringing action all race long, from start to finish. Qualifying coming up here in just a few minutes. I believe just over 13 minutes time is when we'll see qualifying begin here. A lot of activity. A practice start was just done as we got on the air. Looking at one of the cars, looking to make some inroads here. Only second fastest in practice, the Go Esports GTP team, with Sergio Santos behind the wheel. Currently leading the practice times is Alberto Garcia Blasco for XPD Emerald Racing. Top of the board at the moment for him. Lower for the back, 6th place for Norbert Thomas for the Magic Arrow 55 team. Make sure we got everything set up and ready to go here. And with just a little over 10 minutes left here in practice as things get underway. It's been a little bit of time since we saw everybody. We had 49 cars at Watkins Glen, the 8 hours to kick off the season opener. I believe we're looking at 43 tonight. Separated into 3 different classes. Of all those classes at the top of your screen. You got GTP, GT3 Pro, and GT3 AM all present here tonight. Make sure we got all 3 that work. Look at where all the classes are right now. Again, 3 classes. A main prototype class in GTP, with GT3 having a subclass between GT3 Pro and GT3 AM. AM denoted in white, GT3 Pro denoted in black, and GTP is in orange. As cars go through a little bit of work here, looking through the field. Again, qualifying in just under 10 minutes time here in Sao Paulo from Interlagos. And now looking at the number 7, the Mass Doubles Red machine, currently sitting 5th place in GTP. Sergio Bora behind the wheel for Mass Doubles Red. Several cars present here. Norbert Thomas, there we go, we got that working. Magic Arrow 55 car. There's 2 Magic Arrows machines in GTP, the 55 and 56. 55 car, the highest of the 2 right now in the practice times. Lithium Motorsport sitting in 7th place. Milo Spielman. Sorry, Milo Spielman, excuse me. In 7th position at the moment as things currently stand. Yeah, 43 cars tonight here at Sao Paulo and Interlagos. We'll look down at one of the GT3 AM cars. We actually get to see GT3 AM as its own subclass tonight. Worked on the technical aspects of our broadcast to accommodate everything. Pick up the pace with Diogo Cabezas? I have to just brush up on my Portuguese here in Brazil. Of course, Cabezas from Portugal, one of a contingency of Iberian drivers from Spain and Portugal. You'll see several teams using a mixture of Iberian drivers. Pick Up the Pace is one of them. Carbono Esports is another one. AZR Motorsport White. AZR Motorsport White, I actually believe is all French. F Racing's another big one. Their Devoy team, their pro team, is using a mixture of Iberian drivers. A huge European contingency here tonight. Some American drivers in the field. But you'll see a lot of the American drivers take place later in this race. Again, with it being 7:14 a.m. Eastern Time in the U.S. You will see them later on. But Cabezas sitting 5th fastest in GT3 AM. The fastest GT3 car, I don't believe, is on track at the moment. Let's see if we can pivot to the Halbsod Motorsport. There you go. There's the Halbsod Motorsport car as our overlay decides that it wants to brake. See if we can get the refresh real quick. Gotta love the teething pains. Get it booted up before qualifying begins. Far fewer technical issues than what we had at Watkins Glen, so we're already off to a decent start. We will walk through, in the time being, some good information to have here. And there we go. We have everything there. It looks like leading time still belongs to Alberto Garcia Blasco with XPD Emerald Racing. We'll pull up here while we're waiting for qualifying to kick off. PEC, Platinum Endurance Championship, gives us some really good information here. So they gave us a chance to really look at what they expect of their teams and drivers here with the start, especially the start of this race. So they mark out what the formation in the starting zone is here. This will be very useful because all three classes start independently of each other. Mostly between GTP and GT3. I believe the AM and Pro GT3 cars start together, but the two main classes, GTP and GT3, start separately. So for each class, that is very important. Starting zone, obviously, where drivers can accelerate. That is determined by the pole sitter of each class. The formation zone, as denoted, is where you go double file. So they expect you to spend most of the opening formation lap to be single file. You'll go 2 wide going into the formation zone, and then the starting zone is where you begin racing. So they give us some really good graphics there on that. Very helpful and useful there. But they also give us a very good look here at what they expect for track limits. And this is a very good and contentious point here. Pit entry is pretty interesting here at Sao Paulo. We've seen on occasion drivers cross over the pit entry line, trying to grab slipstream, trying to grab draft to make passes easier. The PEC and its live race officiating crew will be monitoring this section of the track. Once the pit entry separates from the actual racing surface, you cannot touch the out-of-bounds area. You'll be given a warning, then a drive-through. So drivers have to keep their P's and Q's in line, especially when it comes to this. It's very easy to want to cross over that line to maximize your time, to maximize the track surface, but you cannot touch the painted surface as denoted in this graphic. That'll be very important for drivers to keep an eye on and remember throughout today's race. Several cars in pit lane at the moment. Again, practice almost over, a little over 2 minutes left in this event. And it's opening practice. Qualifying coming up next, and qualifying will be a 40-minute session split between the GTP and GT3 cars. So you'll see GTP go first, and then the last half of the session will be devoted to GT3s. So each class will have time on the track to itself. This track is smaller than Watkins Glen by almost a mile. And as critical as clean air and clean space on track was at Watkins Glen 28 days ago, it'll be more so important here tonight. Pablo Alfieri, one of the Argentinians in today's field, currently in the second place car, Go Esports in GTP. Again, top of each class on your scoreboard here. Throughout the race, on occasion, we will specify and look in depth at each class, from GTP, GT3, and GT3M. We appreciate everyone tuning in an early morning / afternoon / evening, no matter where you are in the world, whether you're here with us in the United States with ABN Studios, or if you're located in the heart and soul of the PEC in Europe, or if you're one of our fans from Indonesia, Australia, South Korea, and Japan. We welcome you to our coverage of the premier sports car destination on iRacing. As times get ready to change from final practice to qualifying. And we welcome everyone to our coverage. Practice is over. It's time to get into figuring out who will start on pole and lead their classes to the green flag here today. Qualifying has begun. GTPs get the first 20 minutes. Actually, I believe this is interesting here. I believe it actually may be GT3 that goes first today. Indeed, it is GT3 that goes first today. That is GT3 cars, so they've changed it up from Watkins Glen. GT3s will go first, and that is both Pro and Amp. And already a little bit of trouble there in turn 3. Excuse me, turn 4 here at Interlagos. Alpsod Motorsport leaving pit lane as well, the leading GT3 AM team. Alpsod Motorsport finished second at Watkins Glen 28 days ago. Just behind Virtual Insanity Racing. Just ahead of AZR Motorsport White. 3-horse race in that class mostly. Virtual Insanity Racing, I do not believe is present for today's race, so that's going to be a huge hit for that team. Alpsod Motorsport able to pick up the pieces. And looking and focusing on Kevin Simon with Alpsod Motorsport. As qualifying begins for GT3, we'll pivot between cars here. We're looking at one of the leading AM cars here. But again, there's 2 classes on track at the moment. The leading team in GT3 Pro, according to the points, currently being piloted by Lorenzo Castellani. With 07 Racing, winners of the 8 Hours of Watkins Glen, looking to defend its crown, entering the second round of the season. No times currently on the board just yet. Everyone now either on out laps or flying laps the first time. Going abusing the AstroTurf there, entering the penultimate corner. See where everyone stands up here. I believe Rukinor Racing is the team to look out for as well. The 239 team. This is Team 201 for 07 Racing. And 07 Racing is the first one to set a qualifying time. Rukinor Racing goes top of the board, though. T39 driven by Milan Radivojevic. I have to practice that a little bit. I believe this is a newer driver. Didn't see him at Watkins Glen. Radivojevic sitting in the 239, top of the board at the moment, ahead of Castellani. GT3 AM cars beginning to set times. Future Racing Team, the first one on the board in GT3 AM. Top 10 present in GT3 Pro. GT3 Pro, the largest class in the Platinum Endurance Championship field. One of the most competitive as we keep an eye on Castellani trying to go up to pole position. What are we going to see from the 201 car here tonight? Across the line, but will not improve significantly here. Fourth place, though. Third place now for Cito Ferrer. Peaky drivers as more times get on the board. So we're having issues with the car logos, unfortunately. You see the full-on gap. Everyone's positioned behind the poles that are each class. Hero Master Esports. Juan Manuel Frias Gomez behind the wheel of that 264 machine. As the 201 lets a lot of cars go by here on his outlap. Rucanor Racing, a 132.029 at the moment is the practice time. Where's the qualifying time to beat? And Manuel Frias will reset to pit lane. Miguel Santos for Enosis Esports. The 274 car, 6th fastest currently in GT3. Core Motorsports is 7th. Go Esports, their GT3 team just went 10th fastest with David Martin. Salvatore Di Palmo, the only American, I believe, on track at the moment. Early morning for him. But he is currently sitting 11th for IP in blue. Just outside the top 10. Again, we got a decent mixture of manufacturers here. We got Ferrari, Mercedes, Porsche, BMW. We are missing Audi and Lamborghini from today's grid. Only a couple of GT3 AM cars that have set time so far. Cabano Esports, top of the board in GT3 AM. And they are actually just now coming down pit lane. That is Sergio Ochoa Esposito. That is in pit lane now. Future Racing Team with Sebastian Peterson. On track right now, the Swedish driver. Future Racing Team coming out on track. Again, one of the multitude of Ferrari 296s, the newest GT3 in iRacing. It is the dominant car in the GT3 category, just like Cadillac is the dominant car in the GTP category. The Future Racing Team second in the GT3 AM class at the moment. Trying to see if there's any more on track. AZR Motorsport White, one of the top 3 in the class in points, is on track with Carlos Miguel Duarte behind the wheel. A lot of GT3 AM cars that are not currently on track at the moment. Pick up the pace. SR Technic. Halpsa Motorsport back on track. That team looking to take the points lead with Virtual Insanity Racing not present. Kevin Simon in that car, that 327 machine. right. Everything ready to go here. Again, it's still Rukinor Racing top of the board here in qualifying. Radivojevic, top of the board for Rukinor Racing. For a moment, has been surpassed momentarily by 07 Racing in their 201, but immediately takes the pole position right back. Fantastic job by Radivojevic. Hope his lap times here for Rukinor Racing. 131.854. That is the new best in the class. Carbano Esports jumps to third fastest in their BMW. It's Ferrari first and second. BMW looking good. Euromasters and their Porsche looking pretty good as well. Good lap times here in store. Euromaster Esports, top 5. Peaky Drivers. We got some fans for Peaky Drivers in the live chat, watching live here on Twitch. ABN Esports, the place to be for premier sports car coverage. Cito Ferrer sitting top 5, the leading Mercedes in the category. I believe one of the few Mercedes in the category, if not the only one tonight. The only Mercedes in the category. I believe it's the same team that was the only Mercedes at Watkins Glen 28 days ago. Alex Gall, Chicane Online Racing. Alex Gall put in a phenomenal performance at Watkins Glen last month. Looking to do so again here today at a shorter race, the 4 Hours of Sao Paulo. As a little bit more shuffling goes on here, top 15 in GT3 Pro shown, and all of those that have set times currently in GT3 AM present as well. Top 5 in that class right now. There are supposed to be 6 cars in that class. Only car that's not set a lap time in that class right now is Pick Up the Pace, the 369 machine. Carbano Esports looking good across the board. It's Carbano Esports JD that's third place in Pro. It's Carbano Esports Central with Sergio Ochoa Esposito leading the times in GT3 AM. Hopson Motorsport, Future Racing Team, SR Titnik, and AZR Motorsport White have all set times in that class. And all of them pretty close together here. Makes it very interesting here. With GT3 qualifying over halfway complete. Car Motorsports in their Ferrari, driven by Daniel Cruz, goes 5th fastest in GT3 Pro. Peaky Drivers, Besito Ferrer, now in 6th place. That Mercedes AMG GT3 having to make inroads here. Another Porsche with Alex Gall up to 7th place. For Chicane Online Racing, Enosis Esports with Miguel Santos 8th fastest, negative delta by Buellers. This team was very impressive at Watkins Glen. I believe ended up on the podium, 3rd place in GT3 Pro. All Hungarian team. Georgi Raychev behind the wheel. Bro Racing Team Red with Andre Montero. Portuguese driver leading the way for that team, for that effort. Montero sitting 10th in GT3 Pro, 11th place looking down. David Martin for that car. Really slow motion racing with Martin Kovac. I believe that's another Hungarian driver. I have to double check on that. Several flying the European Union banner. Bogdan Jurovic for Koi Racing Team Red. AZR Motorsport with Pedro Oliveira, Vigario. This is their pro team. They've got a team in AM as well that is currently sitting in the top 5 at the moment as things currently stand. SR Technic with Jorge Mendez Pinheiro. Almost said George. That would have been embarrassing on my part. Salvatore Di Palmo. Bleedy is the qualifying driver for this team for IPM Blue at Watkins Glen. So Di Palmo putting in some really early hours here with us here on ABN Esports, here at ABN Studios. Would have to hope that he's on the East Coast, not the West Coast. Otherwise, that would be a long race. David Gutierrez for Sim Racing Concepts, 17th fastest. Just ahead of where all of the GT3 AMs are located right now. But as we've seen already in this season, it's not just about qualifying, it's about managing the chaos that comes when you have 43 premier sports cars on track at the same time, and that is the race start that we're talking about. A lot of chaos typically comes from that. Again, still waiting for one of the AM class cars pick up the pace to set a lap time. Looks like they may sit out qualifying here. Cars trying to find some clean air. This is the current pole sitter for Rukanor Racing, the Serbian driver in Radivojevic. And then I believe this is also the 07 team too. This is legitimately top 2 in GT3. Playing a game of one-up to start a lap here. And Rukan are making sure they stay right behind that 07 machine, that 201 car. Ferraris lead the way, first and second. BMW third, Porsche fourth. Another Ferrari in fifth. The only Mercedes in the field, peaky drivers in sixth. Then the second Porsche, the Chicane Line Racing Blue, in seventh. Enosis Esports, another Ferrari in 8th. Grow Racing Team Red, and Negative Delta by Bueller's BMW's 9th and 10th to round out the top 10 at the moment. It is a mostly BMW and Ferrari field in GT3, sprinkled in with some Porsches and a Mercedes. It's the same thing in GT3 AM. Almost everyone in that class running the Ferrari, aside from AZR Motorsport White, which is running in the BMW. And Radivojevic will elect to not complete the lap. 07 Racing also electing not to complete the lap. That's Castellani still in that car. Master Esports with Juan Manuel Frias Gama as well. Butchered that one. Setting up to take on what could be his last lap in the session, and he's going to elect to park it. I believe that's qualifying done for the Euromasters Esports machine. Alex Gall looking to complete his lap. Currently 7th for Chicane Line Racing Blue. Again, I'm very impressed with his performance at Watkins Glen. He's going to cut it close to the pit wall, across the line, and goes third fastest. Just outside the 131s, 132.086. Puts that Porsche in P3. Phenomenal drive. We talked about how impressive he was in the race. Equally impressive in qualifying tonight. 3rd place, Alex Gall. David Martin, 11th place, completing his lap. And that'll conclude qualifying for the GT3 class. Alex Gall, an amazing at-the-death performance in qualifying. Top 15 in GT3. And obviously all the cars that have set times in GT3 AM on your screen. Rukanor Racing with Radiojevic top of the board. And now GT3 is out of the way because it's time for GTP to get underway. One of the first cars on track, Nick Baggerman for Future Racing Team Pro. One of several Cadillacs in the field in GTP. That was phenomenal. GT3 keeping it well and tidy here. lot of GT3s will be present in this field. It's time to look at the GTP qualifying field. Nick Baggerman on track. Lead, this is the Norwegian Morten Kofod for Stop and Go Racing. Prestanda Nomad coming up here, one of the leading Acuras, Oliver Bunn. F Racing got 2 cars in this field as well. Julio Pinto for F Racing LMDH. I believe we saw the, I believe it was XPD Emerald Racing that we saw just flash at the bottom of the screen. There it is. Alberto Garcia Blasco was top of the board in practice. We'll have to do that again here, this time with a lot more on the line in his Cadillac GTP. All 4 Cadillac manufacturers present: BMW, Cadillac, obviously the top 2, Porsche, and Acura. Race 2 Esport. Talk about one of the Porsches here. One of the Porsche 963s. This is Cesar Cabral. Race 2 Esport on track here. Juanjo Gregera and one of the Acuras for Cabano Esports Black. IPM Gold, I believe another Acura. There it is, another Acura for Gonzalo Narcisco. Lithium Motorsports being led to the flag by Milo Spielman as times begin to set. Pull everything up here. And we'll show you the top 15 of the GTP class, top 5 of the GT3 classes. Will also be included into our timing screen right now as we follow along. Project Dynamic Green lead the way. It's Cadillac 1-2, Lithium Motorsports with Spielman behind the wheel, sitting second place. Then it's Stop and Go Racing, the leading Acura with Kofod at the wheel. 121.36 is the leading time in the GTP class by Project Dynamic Green. Australian driver Jeremiah Kaiser behind the wheel. Pablo Javier Ruiz Jurado in the number 10 machine for Mass Devils Blue. He'll go 5th place. Meanwhile, Alberto Garcia Blasco just went top of the board. 120.65. Phenomenal effort so far. Repeating what he did in practice. Prestanda Nomad just went 4th fastest because IPM Gold decides to leapfrog. So it's Cadillac 1-2, Acura 3rd and 4th. And Stop and Go Racing in pit lane, Morten Kofod, another Acura car. Not very many Porsches in this field. I believe Race 2 Esports may be the only one in this field, actually. Double checking here unless... Yeah, I believe this is the only Porsche in the field. Cesar Cabral for Race 2 Esport. Brazilian driver at home, looking to make something happen at his home race. Number 70 machine. Gonna try to gain some spots here, saying 12th fastest at the moment. Max Devils Red puts a Cadillac 1-2-3. Number 7 machine goes top of the board, goes near the top of the board with a 120.719, still over half a tenth shy of pole. Cabral crossing the start-finish line will not improve. We will go on board, though, with the only Porsche in the field, being driven by a home driver at the moment. On board with Cabral. Hearing that Porsche top out here entering turn 4. Cabral trying to let out. I think Cabral's not on a hot lap here. Indeed, Cabral's not on a lead lap, on a flying lap here. So we will pivot back to the current pole sitter in GTP, Alberto Garcia Blasco. And right on board with him. Flashing lights there, letting one of the other cars leaving pit lane know that he was coming through. We're not going to be likely seeing any nighttime racing, so we're not going to see the flashing headlights in full force like we did at Watkins Glen a month ago. Sergio Bora, second fastest for Mass Devils Red. Project Emmett Green, third place Cadillac in pit lane. IPM Gold on track at the moment. Going into the second sector here. I'll show you where IPM Gold is at on track here in just a moment. Maybe, if it wants to cooperate. I'll show you where all the truck cars are on track then. Can't isolate it. Yeah, and GTP on track at the moment. Someone in the live chat pointed out, we will definitely get flashing lights in the next race in a few weeks' time. The 10 hours of Hockenheim over in Germany. That's going to be a lot of fun. Love that track, love that race. IPM Gold currently fastest in the session for the Acura-powered cars. Sitting fourth fastest overall in the IPM Gold machine. Just on a Nomad, fifth place. Another Acura with Oliver Bunn behind the wheel. Prestanda Nomad looking to make a little bit more advantage of the race coming up here. Future Racing Team Bro. Excuse me. Nick Baggerman just crossed start-finish line to go sixth fastest. Cadillacs make up 8 of the top 10. 10 of the top 12. Cadillac is the car to be in so far to kick off this season, but Acuras have been holding their own, especially IPM Gold and Prestanda Nomad. It'll be interesting to see how they hold up in this race. Longevity pace is going to be very important here. Nick Baggerman, 6th fastest at the moment. Lithium Motorsports leading pit lane at the moment as things continue to go. Lithium Motorsports just went to 10th place. Race to Esports with Cabral. Went 11th fastest, so gaining slowly but surely is Cesar Cabral at home. With a little over 9 minutes spare here in qualifying. We're all trying to get around some of the cars coming out of pit lane here. Again, only Porsche in this field in GTP. We've not seen any BMWs in this class. No BMWs at all. Sergio Bora. Give me a cross start finish line. Is this a chance at a pole lap? It is not a chance of pole lap. Let's see if this lap's any better for Bora. Trying to go for pole position. Again, 600ths away. Just a little over half a tenth off of the pole position time set by XPD MRL Racing, who is leaving pit lane now. Bora sitting 2nd place. Jeremiah Kaiser in 3rd for Project Dynamic Green. If everyone's spending your morning, afternoon, or evening with us here on ABN Esports 1, welcome to the peak of sports car racing, the Platinum Endurance Championship. Right now, following Sergio Bora for Mass Devils Red. See if he can set a pole time in GTP with 7 minutes remaining in qualifying. The SR Technic machine received a warning for track limits, I believe, so that's already going to put that team on the back foot, because that means if they have another track limits warning regarding the pit entry line, it'll turn into a drive-through. So you cannot afford that. The SR Technic team, the T13 car, I believe, in GT3. And it is in GT3. So, some teams already starting off on the back foot as we get ready for qualifying. Get ready for the race, excuse me. Get ready to end qualifying. I'm sure we'll see more and more of those as qualifying remains under review by the live team of Platinum Endurance Championship stewards. Live stewards present right now working on this race: Pep Kirstens, Jonas Weber, and Van Streisland. Sergio Bora still unable to find the pole lap here. You're abusing the AstroTurf in the penultimate corner. Just looking for any chance at a pole lap. As time continues to tick away, closing in on 5 minutes to go. Plugging it tight towards the pit wall. Magic Arrow goes 4th fastest. Mass Devils Red goes pole. He found the time, found 800ths to flip the balance of power. Sergio Bora, top of the board. Phenomenal effort. Now it's on the shoulders of Alberto Garcia Blasco. XPD Morale Racing has to respond, starting their flying lap here. What can Alberto Garcia Blasco do in that number 5 machine? Magico 55, a good improvement. Mass Devils Blue into the top 5 as well. Both of them have moved down the Acuras, 5 PM Gold and Prestanda Nomad. Less than 5 minutes left in play here in qualifying for GTP. Again, top 15 in the class. All 15 cars that are in GTP on track are on your screen. Then the top 5 of the GT3 classes at the bottom. Off track for IPM Gold. No, excuse me, Prestana Nomad. Other Acura car. Prestana Nomad resetting real quick to try to get another, potentially their last qualifying run in. Try to get back into the top 5. Cadillacs 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Here in qualifying. Mass Devils Red. With Sergio Bora behind the wheel, pole position. Alberto Garcia Blasco looking to take it back. 0.02 the gap. 0.2 the gap. Alberto Garcia Blasco back on pole and in a phenomenal fashion. That is a response. 1:20.425 for Garcia Blasco. Going through the S's is Sergio Bora. This is in the middle of the track, towards the hairpins. He's got to try to find some clean real estate. Dirty air going to be affecting that car a lot. He is slowing up, letting that Acura pull away. Every 10th counts. Bora for Mass Devils Red, looking to make magic happen. Project Dynamic Green feels like a very distant third, 0.5, half a second away, and did not improve that lap. I believe Project Dynamic Green not far behind this as well. I believe Project Dynamic Green is actually the car right behind. Yeah, they are right behind. That is Jeremiah Kaiser right behind. Sergio Bora. And Bora's going to try to find some real estate here. He's got a little bit of time. He's got essentially one lap to go and do this. So he's trying to set that up and get some clean real estate to make it happen. I believe, unfortunately, so are other cars. That is the Prestana Nomad 28 machine. The Acura sitting in right now 8th place. That team has fallen off the top of the earth pretty quickly. From 5th to 8th now, as more Cadillacs find their pace. Race to Esport back down to 12th. The only Porsche in the field. Again, a lot of cars looking to find some real estate. They need 81 seconds effectively to set a lap time. Oliver Bunn, not a bad idea to follow the faster car. This is the Mass Devils Red machine of Sergio Bora that he's following. Expedia Morale Racing, currently on pole by 0.2. And this is going to be perfect timing for both cars. They have exactly this lap to make pole position happen if they're going to. Project Dynamic Green could not make anything happen. They'll have to see where everyone else plays out with Magic Arrow 55 and the number 10 car, Mass Devils Blue. Watching Sergio Bora in his pursuit for pole here in Sao Paulo. Currently 0.2 off of the pole time. The response by Garcia Blasco was insane. Is there anything in it for Bora? 2 corners to go. A wobble there in the penultimate corner. Kept his foot in it and keeps it going. 10 seconds left in qualifying. This will be the lap that determines if it's pole position or not for Mass Devils Red, and it's not going to be. In pit lane he comes. Expedia Morale Racing will take pole here in Interlagos, unless the number 10, Pablo Javier Ruiz Jurado. Is there a potential pole time here for Mass Devils Blue? There is not. And Cesar Cabral, knowing that his time will not help him get any further up the field, he will start 12th for Race 2 Esport. And that will effectively end qualifying. Expedia Morale Racing will go top of the board with Alberto Garcia Blasco behind the wheel. Again, all the leading pole sitters or time trenders here in qualifying on your screen now. Alberto Garcia Blasco, top of the board in GTP. Milan Radiojevic in GT3 Pro. Sergio Esposito in GT3M. That ends qualifying here. And a phenomenal effort by all 43 teams. Actually, looks like we'll have 44 teams. Rider Engineering, Pick Up the Pace, Nix Esports, and Kuruma Motorsport did not set times. Kuruma Motorsport, the newest car to join, missed qualifying, will start at the back of the field in their Porsche. This has been absolutely wild. And qualifying time does elapse here. So it's time to pull up the race information here once more. Welcome, everyone, to the 4 hours of Sao Paulo Round 2 of the Platinum Endurance Championship season from the Autodromo Jose Carlos Pace here in Sao Paulo, Brazil. Affectionately known as Interlagos, this 2.68 mile or 4.2 kilometer track has been the host of many exceptional events throughout the years, dating all the way back to the mid-1960s. Named after the former Grand Prix driver, Jose Carlos Pace, this track looking set to be a phenomenal host of tonight's event. 26 degrees centigrade, the temperature here around Sao Paulo, Brazil, 60% humidity, a sticky track here, but the wind, very manageable. Gives one less thing for drivers and teams to worry about as they deal with each other and faster traffic here tonight. I'm Carmen, Sienna. We appreciate you spending your Saturday afternoon, morning, evening with us here on ABN Esports 1. Flag-to-flag coverage of the 4 hours of Sao Paulo is coming up here as drivers begin to grid up and get ready to go here in Brazil. The starting grid here tonight as everything gets underway. It's Alberto Garcia and Sergio Bora, top of the board. Jeremiah Kaiser and Norbert Thomas lead the field in row 2. Again, Expedia Morale Racing and Mass Devils Red, top of the field in GTP. Mass Devils Blue with Pablo Ruiz sitting in row 3 alongside Gonzalo Narcisco with IPM Gold. Milo Spielman with Lithium Motorsport, and Nick Baggerman for Future Racing Team Pro in row number 4. Looking down the order here, Oliver Bahn and Julio Pinto in row 5. Persona Nomad and F Racing LMDH. Go Esports with Sergio Sanchez in row 6 alongside Cesar Cabral at home for Race 2 Esport. That Brazilian driver will start in row 6 and 12th position. Martin Kofod for Stop and Go Racing and Dominic Fiquete for Magic Arrow 56. Juanjo Greguera and Juanjo Greguera, the last car in qualifying there for Carbono Esports Black. Milan Radiojevic for Rukunor Racing. As you sort of browse and peruse through the field here. 07 Racing, Alex Gall with Chicane Line Racing Blue in 3rd. Carbono Esports JD, Euromaster Esports. As we look through this massive starting field here tonight. Right now we're looking at the GT3 Pro cars. The leading GT3M car is Sergio Esposito with Carbono Esports, with Kevin Simon alongside. That is down in 33rd and 34th overall, looking throughout this field. 44 cars overall technically available here tonight. As we get ready to go. Keeping an eye first on GT3, or GTP, excuse me. The leading class, the fastest class. It was chaos at Watkins Glen. Green flag in the air, already chaos further in the back as Cesar Cabral, the Race 2 Esports car, that tried getting a jump start there and got into the back of one of the other GTPs. I think that was one of the Magic Arrows machines. No, it's not. It's just ahead. I think that's one of the F Racing cars. It is the F Racing, number 99. Already missing a rear wing. So already contact on the green flag. Looking a little bit further back. GT3. Here they go. A little bit cleaner as racing gets underway. Four hours of racing here in Brazil. Welcome to Sao Paulo. Again, racing underway here in Brazil. Looking right now the mid-pack here as F Racing comes down pit lane. Unfortunately, not a great start for the 99 crew that now have to take repairs. That is Julio Pinto. He got clobbered on the initial start. No fault of his own. Looking right now at the starting of the GT3 field, GT3 Pro. Nicanor Racing top of the board. Radiojevic, top of the board here in GT3 Pro. Salvador Pompo has towed back to pit lane, it looks like. The American driver for IPM Blue in trouble early here tonight. One of the leading GT3 cars. Currently being driven by Nick Kirstens. I believe we have another technical issue with our scoreboard. We'll have to fix that here in just a second. Pardon us, I don't know why it's having issues now of all times. Gotta love SDK in their overlay system. Let's pull it back up, shall we? That's not the right overlay. Pardon us right now as we deal with this. Now we're looking at the leading car in the GT3 AM class in Virtual Insanity Racing. Gotta love it. Let's try this one more time. Let's see if we can go back to the front of the field. SPD Emerald Racing, top of the board in GTP, as they catch up already to some of the GT3 cars here tonight. Again, don't mind all the switching around and changing of positions. Our board trying to recalibrate. I'll actually have a technical issue on SDK's part here. But also keep in mind that there are 45 cars on track. So our telemetry systems cannot track all 45 at once. They can track at most 31 at a time. So it'll cut some cars out of the fold as we focus on different battles throughout the race. Seven minutes in, though, to this race. It is Mass Devil's Red, now top of the board. A fantastic job so far. There's legitimately trouble a little bit further back as we see a mixture of cars back and forth. Looking at right now, the Prestano and Nomad crew, Senator Screen. For those tuning in and spending your Saturday with us here at ABN Esports 1, we appreciate you spending your time with us here. A doubleheader today here at ABN Esports 1. Later on this evening in the U.S., it's the ARCS Saturday Night Showdown competition. Stock car racing at Las Vegas tonight. That's 9:45 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. for the next 3 hours and change, or next 4 hours and change. This is what we're looking at. The insanity of sports car racing at its finest. The pinnacle of sports car racing in Europe, as contact between GT3 and GTP cars. Prestano Nomad now missing its rear wing. Oliver Bunn now in trouble. And he's got to be careful not to have that car spin out. That Acura now missing a lot of rear stability with no rear wing. As it sets middle of the road in GTP. Front of the field, Mass Devils Red has gotten around Expedia Morale Racing. Garcia Blasco now following Sergio Bora. Top of the board in GTP. They have pulled away and set sail from the Magic Arrow 55 crew. They are all the way back here already. Norbert Thomas sitting in third position. Parted and Emmerich Green not far behind them with Jeremiah Kaiser. Mass Devils Blue following behind them with Pablo Javier Ruiz Jurado. Lithium Motorsports with Milo Spielman. Sixth fastest in stop-and-go racing has gotten ahead of the Prestano Nomad crew, who has stayed out. The Prestano Nomad crew, that Acura, is still out on track with Oliver Bunn behind the wheel. And that car is very definitely missing a diffuser and a rear wing, but that car is staying out as much as it can. Go Esports behind the wheel. Sergio Sanchez Catafero, Spanish driver for Go Esports. In the 9th position, IPM Gold sitting in 10th, trying to navigate GTP traffic still, as well as Future Racing Team Pro with Nick Baggerman behind the wheel. Race to Esport. Cesar Cabral under investigation for contact at the start of this race. And indeed, there's a penalty coming. There is a penalty that is set to be impending for Race to Esport. Very important there. 30-second stop and hold for car 70. Jump start penalty there for car 70. As that information showed on your screen. Irukinor Racing, top of the GT3 class still. Radivojevic, top of the board, ahead of the 07 Racing car, second place of Lorenzo Castellani. Online Racing Blue. Alex Gall staying in third place at the moment as things currently stand. Carbono Esports JD with Alberto Moreno Sr. sitting in the 4th positioning class, the Euromasters Esports, with Juan Manuel Frias Gomez behind the wheel. As we kind of pivot our way throughout the field here, kind of giving a run on where everyone's at after the opening stanza. The only Mercedes team in the field, Cita Ferrer behind the wheel of Peaky Drivers, sitting 6th place, has gained a spot here in class. Pro Racing Team Red, likewise, is up 2 spots with Andre Montero behind the wheel. ACR Motorsport also up positions with Pedro Oliveira Vigario. Negative Delta by Buellers. Georgia Recha behind the wheel on that car in 9th place in class. Really slow motion racing. Not slow motion racing right now. Martin Kovac behind the wheel of that car. Core Motorsport with Daniel Cruz behind the wheel. Then it's SR Technic with Jorge Mendez Pinheiro. Sim Racing Concept with David Gutierrez behind the wheel, that 277 car. Then you have Virtual Insanity Racing with Nick Kirstens behind the wheel. That car is listed as a pro car, but it's an AM car. That was the winning car in GT3 AM. Our leaderboard just not keeping up with it. We'll have to see if we can get that fixed throughout today's broadcast, get that accurate for everyone on board tonight. Go Esports not far behind. David Martin behind the wheel of that car, 15th in class. Then it's Enosis Esports and Miguel Santos in 16th. 17th place in GT3 Pro is where you'll find Bogdan Jurovic. Then you'll find provisionally the leader in GT3 AM. Obviously, we're missing Virtual Insanity Racing. But Sergio Ochoa Esposito not far behind Nick Kirstens there. Palpsod Motorsport with Kevin Simon behind the wheel. Then it's ACR Motorsport White with Carlos Miguel Duarte. SR Technic in 5th with Rui Felipe Pinheiro. And then pick up the pace with Gonzalo Paiso in the 6th position in that class. Future Racing Team already in pit lane. The 318 car still on pit lane, and you see the damage to the rear of that 318 car. And IPM Blue also in pit lane as well. But at the front of the field, it remains Sergio Bora in Masked Devil Red. 2-car battle, duking it out at the front of the overall lead. It's Bora and then Garcia Blasco, 1st and 2nd in GTP, as they navigate GT3 cars more and more here. A little bit of latency there by one of the GT3 cars there. I believe that's one of the AM machines here tonight. Another cluster of GT3 cars that the overall leaders have to deal with here. On the outside of turn 3 for the Sienna S. Phenomenal battle raging here. I have feeling we're going to be seeing this battle just about all race long between these two teams, Masked Devil Red and XPD Emerald Racing. Both of them looking to capitalize here. Project Dynamic Green was the team that won at Watkins Glen a month ago. Masked Devils Red leading this race right now. They finished this race at Watkins Glen in 5th place. XPD Emerald Racing did not finish the race at Watkins Glen. So they're looking to right the ship here in the 2nd race of the season. Shorter race means there's less points involved in today's race. The next major points event is in a few weeks' time, the 10 Hours of Hockenheim. Right now it is a duke out and battling here between Masked Devils Red and XPD Emerald Racing as they navigate traffic. A little further back, you have Magic Arrow and their 55 team. Norbert Thomas in that car sitting in 3rd place ahead of Project Dynamic Green. Looking pretty good after they won at Watkins Glen 28 days ago. Masked Devils Blue Not far behind either. 5th place for that team right now. Pablo Javier Ruiz Jurado behind the wheel. Looking Motorsport with Milo Spielman. Also trying to make some time work here. He's ahead of just the top Acura car, Morten Kofod. The Norwegian driver having to navigate some of the GT3 traffic that's battling here. If we look back a little bit here, this battle is between Miguel Santos as they go side by side. This is a Gnosis Esports and Virtual Insanity Racing. There's some wild racing going on here in this fight. Whoa, one of the cars got loose there. Who is that behind? That is Sergio Sanchez Cachaferro. Go Esports. Sitting in 8th place at the moment. Very much not dealing with things as well as these race leaders have. Traffic has been a big factor so far in this race. Alberto Garcia Blasco behind the wheel. 2nd place as these two Cadillac GTPs continue to press their way forward. Alberto Garcia Blasco behind the wheel, sitting 2nd place. Again, 3rd place is where you'll find Norbert Thomas. Leading GT3 Pro is still Rukuno Racing in Radivojevic. Serbian driver of the 239 machine. Not doing too bad at the moment. Leading the way for that team. Radivojevic trying to hold the 07 Racing team at bay as they deal with a multitude of prototypes coming up on them. Castellani keeping that 239 of Rukuno Racing honest. 07 Racing was a phenomenal effort at Watkins Glen to get the race win. Rukuno Racing scored only 12 points. They finished 11th at Watkins Glen. Not the race they wanted to have. So far, things have started off so much better for that team. Riding on board right now with Castellani, excuse me. Lorenzo Castellani trying to navigate being passed by GTPs left, right, and center. Is it again 2nd in GT3 Pro? "24 minutes in here at Sao Paulo, the Autodromo Jose Carlos Pace, Interlagos. Running on board with this leading battle in GT3 Pro. Currently top of the board is still Mass Devil's Red in GTP. Lorenzo Castellani in GT3. They're riding on board with them right now. As he leads the way. Normal battle at the front of the field here. Moving our way forward here as well. Sergio Bora still leads the way by less than a second over Alberto Garcia Blasco as they navigate lap traffic still. It is a constant game of chess, managing and mitigating lap traffic left, right, and center if you're in GTP. So we've lost our overlay for a second. Give us a second to see if we can get that back. Technical issue still plaguing SDK on a very heavy loaded day here in the PEC. 4 hours of Interlagos coming up here. Still working on getting some things fixed here as we're trying to fix things up. See if we got everything fixed here. Urbano Esports Black. Are we back? Are we fixed? We fixed it. We're good. Awesome. Having to get things sorted on the fly has been a very interesting process here to kick off 4 hours of Sao Paulo. But now, Juanjo Guerrera back properly in the GTP class and classified as such. Thank goodness, we were about to lose our minds. Reason for the confusion is there's 3 Cabano Esports teams. There's Esports Black, which is a GTP team. There's JD, which is the GT3 Pro team. And then there's just Cabano Esports, which is the AM team. Juanjo Guerrera is slated to be a backup driver for all 3 teams. Obviously, Guerrera mostly sitting in the GTP team, but it's listed as a backup driver or an alternate driver in case it's needed for the other 2. So for Guerrera, it pulled the wrong information. And now it's properly in the right spot. He is in the 9th position in Cabano Esports Black. Mass Devils Red, top of the board. 121.379 for the race leader, who's opened up a 1.6 second gap over their main rival right now in this race in Expedia Morale Racing, Alberto Garcia Blasco. Begun to be held up there by some lap traffic. He's got some ground to make up here, but a lot of time to do that in, with over 3 hours and 22 minutes remaining. 16 cars in GTP running at the moment. And 45 cars in this race. So a lot of pandemonium and confusion, especially on our timing and scoring systems. As things continue here in Interlagos. We've been at this for almost 2 hours already, so we're going to step aside for our first refreshment break, or for our first hydration break, I should say. You're not going to step away from live pictures. These will be continued to come uninterrupted, but we're going to take a second to step away, make sure that everything technically is sound. Get something to drink, and I'll be right back. Apologize for the technical delay there. Getting our overlay back up and running here. Realized that it went down when we were on high hydration break here. Getting it pulled back up and running. As long as this decay is not down in maintenance mode, that would definitely not be that would not be great. Right now, looking at the leading car in GT3, which is the 07 Racing 201 machine. It's gotten ahead of Rukinor Racing in the 239 machine. .07 Racing as we get our overlay back up and running, sitting leading in GT3 Pro. As IPM Gold, number 49, sits 7th fastest at the moment, 7th place for them as they move forward. Again, waiting for our overlay to come back and up and running. A lot of technical issues right now for SDK for some reason. Have to go through. We also have a couple of updates here. A couple of drive-through penalties for GT3 AM cars. Alpside Motorsport and Virtual Insanity Racing have both gotten drive-through penalties here tonight. Very interesting how that has turned about. So a couple of incidents there. Again, just drive-throughs for causing a collision. But that'll set both those teams back a little bit here. As again, we work to get our overlay back up and running here. Racing second place. They are a little over 3 seconds behind here. Peaky Drivers in third for Mercedes AMG. Sitting in the third position here. Curbano Esports JD in fourth. Not far behind. This is the closest battle in the GT3 class at the moment. Another drive-through. Nick's Esports, the 33 car. That is a GTP that is now gone down with a drive-through penalty for causing a collision. And closest battle going on here. This is about for third place in class between Mercedes and BMW, the leading cars for the manufacturers in the class. We are backing up and running. We are good. That was weird. Almost lost connection for some reason. Our systems are overall just having a lot of issues for some reason today. Try to restarting SDK and brought OBS down. So that's lovely. So let's try this again, shall we? Right now we're looking at the battle for third place, Carbano Esports. As we finally got everything back up and running. Thank goodness. Alberto Moreno got the third place over the Peaky Drivers, number 221. They're dealing with some GTP traffic interference. That is Cita Ferrer of Peaky Drivers, who has been in that car since the start of our broadcast at 7 a.m. Doing the opening stanza of this race. We imagine that there will be a driver change at some point in the next hour for most of these teams. A two-driver effort to make things happen here at Interlagos. Almost an hour in, 50 minutes to be precise, is where we're at right now. We are back and live and running here. Now you're watching this battle for third place. That is quickly dissipated here as Carbano Esports JD is pulled away. Alberto Moreno Sr. leading the way there. Just behind is Alex Gall, the Chicane Lane Racing Blue Team, 242. Not far away from the Grow Racing Team red car of Andre Montero. Master Esports sitting in 7th with Juan Manuel Frias Gomez. Asia Motorsport, their pro team, in 8th place with Pedro Oliveira Vigario behind the wheel. Then really slow motion racing with Martin Kovacs in 9th. Negative Dota by Bailers. Georgi Raychev behind the wheel. He finished 3rd in pro at Watkins Glen. A lot shorter race, a lot more chaos though. Set to ensue around this smaller 2.68 mile road course. Talk about weather. Weather is important. The track temp's important here. 36 degrees, the track temp. 36 degrees Celsius there. 8-kilometer winds. Not terribly bad overall, all things considered. Partly cloudy skies. A lot of sun on track as they go side by side. That is Raychev side by side with the 229 of Kovac. In negative Dutza by Billers goes to 9th position with Raychev behind the wheel. SR Technic not far behind either. The 313 car driven by Jorge Mendez Pinheiro. 3-car battle in this group. Pull out the battle box and hide the driver information here. It's Raychev, Kovacs, and Pinheiro behind the wheel. Again, we'll show you as their team names here. Get familiar with the teams that they're driving for. Tetnik moving up here in this battle. There's center of your screen, that BMW. There's 2 BMWs center of your screen. Acer Technic's the one that's about to make a move for the top 9. Native Delta by Bealers trying to defend 9th place from Acer Technic. A really slow motion racing Ferrari just shadowing and lurking in this battle. Sartetnik looking to take 9th place. Native Delta by Bealers not looking to give up that position so easily as they stay side by side through the penultimate corner. And this is allowing more cars to get involved in this battle. Inosis Esports, another Ferrari team not far away. Neither is Sim Racing Concept. Several cars under a blanket here. Prototypes also trying to make their way through this battle as we sit almost an hour through. Oh, a little bit of trouble. That's one of the Acuras trying to go through. And will do so successfully. I believe that is the Prestana Nomad team that just went through. The 4th place car in GTP. A little bit further down in GT3AM. Still haven't gotten this completely fixed, because we're still looking for Virtual Insanity Racing in this group. Oh, there they are. Virtual Insanity Racing is in this group now. We've got them corrected. They are now 5th place because of that drive-through for causing a collision. Oh, a little bit of contact almost. That is between the F Racing GT3, a pro car, and ASGO Motorsport White. Carbano Esports leading the way, though. For SR Technic by 13.07 seconds. And as racing continues and resumes here in Interlagos. Another Acura going through, the leader of the GT3M class there. I believe that would be the Stop and Go Racing Acura. Pit stops underway. One of the cars in pit lane, several of the GTPs in pit lane already. Magic Arrow 55 taking the lead of the race. That is Norbert Thomas. As they lead the way, and that is just ahead of the battle for the lead, for top 10 in GT3 Pro. I saw the SR Technic BMW. There's the negative Delta by Bueller's car. Inosis Esports now in the fray as well. Pit stops, though, beginning in this field. Native Delta by Bueller's. Underway. SR Technic in the top 10. Inosis Esports just outside the top 10 in class. With, I believe, that is another one of the GTPs getting involved. I believe it's Mass Devils Blue. No, it is not Mass Devils Blue. Nor is it Mass Devils Red. Who was that? Was that the other Magic Arrows machine? Perhaps. As they all try to navigate here, they get in this battle for 10th place, just outside. Excuse me. So technically a little bit further back here. In 9th place, leading this battle is Inosis Esports. Tries to go after the position. Riding on board with Inosis Esports as they go for 10th place. A Ferrari going through. Native Delta by Bueller's. Riding on board with Georgi Raichev. As prototypes continue to make their way through after making their first pit stops of this race. In this battle for 10th in the class, it's Pinheiro in 9th, Miguel Santos in 10th, and Raichev in 11th. This is the Inosis Esports, SR Technic, and Negative Delta by Bueller's we're keeping an eye on here in this battle. And right now, mostly it's SR Technic versus Inosis. As Rukinor Racing's come down pit lane, GT3 pit stops are underway now. This is Radiojevic in the pit lane, the 239 for Rukinor. Lorenzo Castellani holds on to the race lead in GT3 Pro. Ahead of Carbano Esports JD and Alberto Moreno. Peaky driver staying third fastest at the moment, Cita Ferrer. The only Mercedes team in the field. Then you have Andre Montero in Chicaneland Racing Blue with Alex Gall. Easier on Motorsport with Pedro Oliveira Vigario. SR Technic moving up to the top 7 with Jorge Mendez Pinheiro. C Sports with Miguel Santos behind the wheel, the negative Delta by Bueller's, with Georgi Raichev in Sim Racing Concept. Letting go one of the Cadillac GTPs, that's David Gutierrez behind that car in 10th place in the class. Carbano Esports, they've got a car in each class. It's their AM team that finally has the race lead, but their GT3 teams overall still doing really well, with Carbano Esports JD doing well in GT3 Pro as well. This is Sergio Ochoa Esposito behind the wheel of 311. Outside Motorsport, the last car running right now in the 7th position. Kevin Simon behind the wheel of that car as things continue to go. We are an hour in here at Interlagos. 3 hours left to play. It is Mass Devils Red that leads in overall, though. It's top of the hour, but again, close battle. XPD Emerald Racing not far away. Very close battle at the front of the field. Closest battle with Merritt as they get around the SR Technic BMW. Pit stops underway for the GT3 cars now. And a lot of action on track here at the moment as you follow this lead battle for the lead overall. Mass Devils Red has the advantage with Alvaro Garcia. They've made a driver change. Alvaro Garcia now behind the wheel. It was Sergio Bora that started the race for Mass Devils Red. For XPD Emerald Racing, it's still Alberto Garcia Blasco behind the wheel. Imagine that they will make a driver change there about the halfway point of this race. Nix Esports, a little further down, also made a driver change. Diego Cayon Sr. in 8th place for that team. A lot of teams did make driver changes. Blas Tarosi for Magic Arrow 55 is one of the new drivers in for that car. Pablo Javier Ruiz Jurado staying in that number 10 machine for Mass Devil Blue. As we have had a pass for the race lead almost. These two still battling toe-to-toe. It's Garcia versus Blasco here. XPD Emerald Racing, Alvaro Garcia versus Garcia And XPDMR Racing does finally take the lead back here in Sao Paulo. Phenomenal effort so far, but still a lot of racing to go. Over almost 3 hours remaining. A little bit further down, Stop and Go Racing, and another driver staying in for another stint, Morten Kofod. 7th place for him. Diego Caon up to 6th place there right now. Lithium Motorsports with Milo Spielman staying in the car for another stint. There's a lot of GT3s he has to go through. A lot of the Ferraris he has to go through there. Verstappen Nomad, the leading non-Cadillac GTP. 5th place, Oliver Bunn behind the wheel for Verstappen Nomad. Carbano Esports JD, Alberto Moreno finally comes down pit lane. Over an hour in. 2 more pit stops left for that car here in this race. SR Technic, where is this car at? 213 car just now across and into the pit lane as well. Jorge Mendez Pinheiro comes down pit lane. So pit stop still undergoing for some of the cars that went long here. Here comes David Gutierrez, Sim Racing Concept, number 3rd car, 277 I should say. Corey Racing Red also down pit lane. Go Esports. The number 288 machine with David Martin behind the wheel. Now battling with the 07 Racing, number 201 of Lorenzo Castellani. Castellani getting a lead back here. But now, interesting that some cars have gone long, well over an hour into this race. Castellani did not go nearly that far into the race. So that's a very interesting sort of predicament there. Some teams will have to worry about fuel mileage now. Protest has been lodged against the 34 team. That is the Lithium Motorsports team. Milo Spielman being protested for causing an accident. Seven Racing leads the way after an hour. In GT3 Pro, Go Esports staying in 2nd at the moment. David Martin has gained a decent amount of positions, 9 spots from where he started in this class. Lucanor Racing, not a fast pit stop, but a driver change. Vincent Bruning in the car now. Taking over for Radi Vojevic. 239 car sitting 3rd place, but they've made a driver change already, so they're good on that front. Alex Gall in 4th place. Started this race 3rd. Not far behind. Chicaneland Racing Blue Machine. 4th fastest. Carbano Esports Shady led laps for a little bit with Alberto Moreno staying behind the wheel. Then it's Kiki Drivers with Alex Garcia. They've made a driver change. Bro Racing Team Red a little bit further back. Luis Barbosa, driver change there for that team, as he sits in the middle of a bunch of prototypes here. ACR Motorsport with Kiko Alves. Then you have, I believe, so this was the leading GT3 AM car for a moment, but they've come down pit lane. Gonzalo Paiso behind the wheel there. As Artena continues to battle here on the fringe of the top 10. Carlos Casino behind the wheel. Go Esports has come down pit lane. David Martin making a pit stop here. An hour and almost 10 minutes into this race. Finally a pit stop for David Martin. And this will be a driver change. Mark Lopez gets into the car. So this will be a longer pit stop for that 288 machine. New face in the season. Taras Shupnik, Ukrainian driver, behind the wheel. Sitting in the 13th position at the moment. Alejandro Fernandez, Sim Racing Concept. Gonna pass the Go Esports car here. Go 11th place. There is the again, Core Racing Blue. Not first, that's 13th. Not sure what's going on there. They will stay 12th fastest here, maybe. Very close battle. Getting back up the front, Lorenzo Castellani. A decent leeway here over Rukunar Racing. Castellani knows what he's doing right now. That team won at Watkins Glen. Trying to go 2 for 2 to start off the season. Right now, the team doing a phenomenal job. Keeping an eye on some of the battles going on right here. Oliver Bunn battling with Project Dynamic Rain. Jeremiah Kaiser still behind the wheel of that car. A little further back. We'll double check here. Let's see where this battle is. XPD MRL Racing, have they pulled away in dramatic fashion from Mass Devil's Red? Yes, they have. Alvaro Garcia's lost touch. 7 seconds is the gap there in GTP. So there's been a huge change in positioning. That is a huge shift in positioning here. Alberto Moreno closing in on Chicane Online Racing Blue and Alex Gall. Alberto Moreno chasing down Alex Gall. The battle for second place in the class. Battle for second in the class. Alex Gall and Alberto Moreno behind the wheels of their cars. Again, Chicane Lane Racing Blue has the advantage right now, but Carbano Esports would like to get back to second place if they can help it. Carbano Esports leads GT3 AM at the moment. It says Koi Racing Blues in the leading GT AM, but you can see even by the color that that is not the case. Carbano Esports is the one leading that class at the moment as things currently stand. They gotta break down the nomenclature behind some of this. Each class has a specific number that they're allowed to use, or a number set they're allowed to use. GTP gets all the single and double digit numbers, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 9, up to 99. LMP2, which is not featured this season, gets all the triple digit numbers beginning with 1. So from 100 to 199 was LMP2. GT3 Pro is all the 200 numbers, so 200 to 299. And then GT3M is 300 to 399. So that kind of breaks that down. So if any of this is confusing at all in F Racing, for example, the 11 car it says it's a GT3 car, but you tell like the 11 car is not a GT3 car. It is firmly a GTP car, I believe. Actually, hold on. No, that is a GT3 car. Huh. That is actually a GT3 car that's with the wrong number. Interesting. Oops. Marco Pinto. Right now, dealing with the, I believe that's the 357 in front of them. This is a Pro versus AM battle going on right now. Marco Pinto in Pro, and Manuel Cruz in the AM class right now. That is for SR Technic. Trouble. That is trouble up the road for Cesar Cabral and the Race to Esport team coming out of pit lane. That was apparently an issue coming out of the pit box for Cesar Cabral. But I don't see any damage on that number 70 as that Porsche gets up to speed. Down in 15th position, 2 laps down, Cesar Cabral is. Again, home race for him. It has been anything but easy for that number 70 crew tonight. 2 laps adrift of the lead in GTP. Someone who is having a lot of good fortune is Castellani. 201 leads by almost 17 seconds over Carbano's Esports JD. But Alex Gall not far behind in this battle for second place in the GT3 Pro class. As they continue to rage battle here. Peaky drivers. T21, Alex Garcia behind the wheel. Then you have Rucanor Racing in 5th with Vincent Bruning. They made a driver change, one of the top teams in GT3 Pro to make a driver change early on in this race. Prestano Nomad in pit lane, Oliver Bunn. Is this a driver change, potentially, for the 28? I don't believe it will be. Oliver Bunn will stay in for another stint. Get close to the 2-hour mark for Prestano Nomad, the leading Acura GTP. Pivoting back towards the GT3s and GT3 Pro. Pivoting on down, Moreno and Gall. Staying in this battle. We're right on board with Alex Gall here for a second. Alex Gall behind the wheel. Alex Gall behind the wheel. Second gear, third gear. Right back down to first gear immediately for this very tight complex here in Interlagos. Leading Porsche in GT3 Pro. Again, Alex Gall has been impressive all season long so far. Putting in an incredible performance at Watkins Glen. Doing so again here today. Alex Gall did not touch 6th gear on the front straightaway. I'll have to keep an eye to see if he grabs 6th gear going into turn 4. Fifth gear, he's not touching 6th. No 6th gear for this Porsche. Very interesting. All the GT3 cars come with 6-speed gearboxes. And in this battle for second place. Autodromo Esports JD continues to lead the way. Looks like another penalty here. The 33 Nix Esports team has a stop and go for causing a collision. That is a GT3 team. The Nix Esports team, they are... Hold on, let me see here, making sure. Yeah, that is the number 14 team on the board. So trouble for them early on. And Nix Esports serving that penalty now. So they will drop from the top 7. As Alex Gall closes in on the braking heavily. Riding on board with this Porsche. Gives you a sense exactly how much Alex Gall is pushing to get back to second place. A lot of race-long battles underway. And well underway at that. As we have crossed the 80-minute mark here in Sao Paulo. It is Expedia Morale Racing leading in GTP, 07 Racing leading in GT3, and Carbano Esports leading in GT3M. For those sitting in on Carmen Sienna, we appreciate you spending your Saturday with us here on ABN. Doubleheader tonight. Obviously, we're watching the Platinum Endurance Championship here at Interlagos. Tonight, for everyone watching from the US or from the Western Hemisphere, we'll be live again at 9:45 p.m. for the regular season finale for the ARC's Saturday Night Showdown competition to determine who's going to be battling for a championship over the next 4 races. All that begins 9:45 p.m. Eastern right here on ABN Esports 1. I appreciate everyone that has been giving us support and showing us love here in this race. Watching a little bit further up the order here, look at GTP, one of the battles here. This is Con Garrett's and the Magic Arrow 56 machine. Trying to race away from the Future Racing Team Pro. A lot of GTP cars in this little intermingling mix here. Future Racing Team Pro with Nick Baggerman behind the wheel. Trying to chase down that Magic Arrow machine. Right on board with this Cadillac. He sends it in deep under braking. Oh! And Backerman gets tagged by a GT3. And that was Alex Gall. That was the leading battle in GT3 Pro. And Baggerman gets turned. He's got damage to his diffuser that's visible. And Alex Gall drops to 4th, and he's coming down pit lane. Wow. So Gall in pit lane. After making contact with Nick Baggerman. And you see, Baggerman already spun around. This is entering the penultimate corner. And this is just prototypes trying to get around GT3 traffic here. Baggerman. And just trying to find a way through. And just gets run into by Alex Gall. A rare mistake by the 242 crew. And it significantly impacted the 18. That'll be a drive-through penalty for Alex Gall. Alex Gall in pit lane right now. I'm not sure if this was scheduled service. I would believe it's not scheduled service. Because Alex Gall had already made a pit stop late in the first hour. Wild stuff. GT3 on GTP violence right now. At the front of the field, Alberto Garcia Blasco continues to lead, having a very reaffirmed lead right now. Mass Devils Red in second place. Alvaro Garcia. I believe that's putting the Future Racing Team Pro car a lap down. It is. It's putting Nick Baggerman a lap down. So that you wanted to get the impact of what that incident just meant. Nick Baggerman now off the lead lap in the overall standings. Traumatic event there for the 18 crew, who didn't do anything wrong. Gave the 242 a lot of space. And just under braking, the 242 sent it under braking. And clobbered the back of the 18 car, who's not yet pit, for damage to that diffuser. Dramatic stuff all the way through. Stop and go racing a little further down the order. Martin Cafode in 7th position. Keep an eye on Project Dynamic Green with Jeremiah Kaiser, an Australian driver, trying to hold on to 3rd place out of Mass Devils Blue, and that number 10 machine being piloted by Pablo Javier Ruiz Jurado. Third place here, about third between Mass Devils Blue and Dynamic Green. Almost an hour and a half into this race. And we follow along with this battle. Pablo Javier Ruiz Jurado in 4th place. Xpedia Morale Racing continues to lead overall with Alberto Garcia Blasco. Again, driver changes needed still for some of the leaders in these classes. Looking at one of them that need a driver change still in this race, requires at least 2 drivers per car in the shorter events. Some teams, I believe, have 3 drivers ready to go for this event, but most just going with 2, trying to keep it simple. Down in the GT3 Pro class, there's Moreno ahead of the Peaky Drivers 221, Alex Garcia. Again, they're not far apart right now. 1.3 seconds adrift between 2nd and 3rd in that class. 07 Racing continues to lead the way with Castellani. Doing a phenomenal job so far. Ricono Racing 4th fastest. They made a driver change. Them and Peaky Drivers both made a driver change. Ricono Racing with Bruning behind the wheel, trying to close back into this battle for 2nd place. And so far, so good for this team. Mass Devils Blues got a penalty drive-through for causing a collision. That's the number 10. So a consistent flow of penalties, drive-throughs mostly, throughout the first 90 minutes of this race. Bono Esports leads the way in the GT3 AM standings. Ignore the Koi Racing Blue at the top. Obviously, they're not GT3 AM, they're GT3 Pro. Bono Esports, though, leading GT3 AM. Bono Esports as a whole trying to have a phenomenal weekend on the podium in both GT3 classes at the moment. I'd love to capitalize on that. Sitting second place, Virtual Insanity Racing, Philip Spez behind the wheel. Nick Kirstens was behind the wheel to kick off the race, so they made a driver change there in that 359 machine. Everything looking pretty well set in stone. F Racing Devoy for Diogo Duarte. F Racing having both its cars right now sitting back and forth here. F Racing GT3. Are they out of this race? They may be out of this race. That's interesting. No, we'd have to believe that they might be out of this race if we can't find them on track here. Stop and Go Racing, the 39 crew, the Acura team out of the pit lane now. Morton Caffode staying in the car for another stint. And that was a full service. For those watching live around the world, let us know where you're from. Watching the live chat, let us know what country you're watching us from. Platinum Endurance Championship, ABN's first genuine expansion outside of the U.S. in terms of our coverage, so let us know where you're watching from. I mean, we got a lot of fans from Germany, we got a lot of fans from Spain and Portugal and Great Britain, Australia. Our largest fan base in Asia is Indonesia. I'd love to know where you're from. Let us know where you're watching us from. And let our fans know how big the impact of the Platinum Endurance Championship is watching around the world. Again, the largest premier destination for sports car racing from Europe. 45 cars in tonight's race across 3 different classes. Stop and Go Racing. Following them, they are 10th place Caffode, who just came out of pit lane. Speedy Moral Racing with Alberto Garcia Blasco. We have to believe a pit stop not far away for this team. Looking at about the next 7 laps for Alberto Garcia Blasco. They will not get to 2 hours. They'll get to about 1 hour 45. That was a SR Technic car with a lot of damage. That is the AM car for SR Technic. The Ferrari. A lot of front-end damage for Manuel Cruz. Alejandro Fernandez in 12th in GT3 Pro. Alberto Moreno 2nd in GT3 Pro. You're going to see where the difference is in the front runners in that class. There they are. Almost contact there between the leader and the lap down car. And that's why peaky drivers, that Mercedes is speaking through. Alex Garcia staying right there with Carbano Esports JD. Not even hesitating. And right on cue there, peaky drivers. That 221 Mercedes trying to keep chasing down the Carbano Esports JD car. Lap traffic, even in the middle of the class, proving pivotal so far over these past 90 minutes. And it'll stay that way. This is a 4-hour race. It's a little bit shorter, but this track's also shorter as well. So that's a significant change, a significant difference in this race. And all of that matters significantly here. Watching as this battle continues to rage. This is the Kiki Drivers 221. Alex Garcia trying to get around the second place car, second place car in GT3, excuse me. Alberto Moreno stays in second, but has a lot of GT3s in his way. Problem corner for the last car that was second place in GT3 Pro. That was Alex Gall who had trouble. And Alex Gall has fallen down pretty significantly in the process. Chicane Online Racing Blue has been in pit lane now for 12 minutes and change. That team has gone backwards. Phew. That was close. Who is that? I believe that is Alex Gonzalez, Carbano Esports Black, and Guess to Go Esports Machine. That's Pablo Alfieri. Alex Gonzalez 16th place. They are not even close to being on the lead lap right now. Carbano Esports, they are down 28th overall, 59 laps in. So they had a lot of trouble early in this race, and they're just trying to make up some more time. Go Esports, Sao Paulo Alfieri just lighting it up and letting go. Looking around here, Mass Devils Blue provisionally to third place. But Mass Devils currently sitting second and third, because there's Alvaro Garcia in second place. Trying to chase down Expedia Morale Racing. That's going to be a hard task. 27 seconds the gap there between first and second in that class. Magic Arrow behind Nix Esports by less than a second. There's the gap. Cohen Garrett's in the 56 car there, chasing down the 14 of Diego Cayon Jr. Or, sorry, Diego Cayon Sr. As they enter the middle part of this track where it tightens up. Diego Cayon Sr. in the 14 car, finding his way through. This is Cadillac on Cadillac right now. The highest placed car in GTP that is not a Cadillac is right here. IPM Gold with Gonzalo Narciso. I believe it's another Acura just behind. But not on the same lap, because that's Alex Gonzalez. That's the Carbano Esports Black Machine, 60th place. I was say there's no way on the same lap, and that'd be correct. Unfortunately, IPM Gold pretty well setting sail early on here. Gonzalo Narciso, 7th place right now for IPM Gold. Not a bad result so far. The next placed car for Acura is the Prestanda Nomad Machine, the 28, being driven still by Oliver Bunn. Trying to make it to the 2-hour mark before making a driver change here for that team. Nix Esports is trying to stay ahead of the Magic Arrows 56 machine. It's in a Magic Arrow sandwich right now, with the 55 car from Magic Arrow sitting up in the 6th position. And GT3 still all about Lorenzo Castellani as IPM Gold goes through. Castellani has a 20.7 second lead over Carbano Esports. Carbano Esports JD in second place. And now leading in GT3 AM. Once again, Virtual Insanity Racing leads the way. Not a bad effort so far for that team. Again, Koi Racing Blue is mistakenly in the GT3 AM class. We're trying to get that fixed. They are actually in Pro. Koi Racing Blue is actually 12th place in GT Pro. So for those that are fans of Koi Racing, know we have some. We'll pivot to them right now with Taras Zupnik behind the wheel. 297 sitting in the 12th position in class. Again, ignore that. They are not leading GT3 AM. They are in Pro. Virtual Insanity Racing is the Pro team leading the way. Then it's Carbano Esports in second. And in third place, AZR Motorsport White with Nuno Tavares Barbosa. Pick up the pace with Diogo Cabezas. And then SR Technic. A lot of damage in the front of that car. Manuel Cruz still behind the wheel. Future Racing Team, their AM car. There's both their cars, the 18 and 318. Both in the same screenshot, perfectly timed there. Sebastian Peterson behind the wheel of their AM car there right now, sitting 6th in GT3 AM. And Halpsod Motorsport 7th in that class right now. Kevin Simon behind the wheel. Only one car definitively out of this race at the moment, and that is the Euromaster Esports car. They are classified as 20th in GT3 Pro, but they will score 0 points. That team's actually back on pit lane. Excuse me. Iago Martins. They are not out of this race. But they have had trouble. Leading the way still, Alberto Garcia Blasco leading the way in GTP. Overall for XPDM Raw Racing. Can expect a pit stop from them here shortly. They last pit on lap 38, so they can go technically to 76. They're on 73 now. In fact, I'll go ahead and throw out the lap count for the leaders right now on the overall timer, so you can get an idea as to where we're at lap-wise. 74 laps. That's where we're at now. That Garcia Blasco has started a new lap. Pivoting down, a lot of close battles here. Future Racing Team Pro and Prasada Nomad working through GT3 traffic. Acura versus Cadillac here for 10th place. IPM Gold in pit lane, so some pit stops have begun now. Narciso in pit lane. So these two will pick up a spot. And Oliver Bunn behind the wheel of that Acura. Running on board with the Acura here. Chain trying to chase down the Future Racing Team Pro of Nick Baggerman. And 3 of the 4 GTP manufacturers are present in this race. The only one not present is BMW. We have a few Acuras and 1 Porsche, along with a plethora of Cadillacs. Riding on board with Oliver Bunn. He's lost a decent amount of time here. Nix Esports also in a battle of their own, staying ahead of the Magic Arrow 56 team. Right on board with a couple of Cadillacs here. Diego Cayon Sr. being chased down by Cone Garrett's. And pit stops are coming for some here, coming up here shortly. Cone Garrett's trying to make his way through. That's close. Just a little bit. Garrett's doing a pretty decent job so far in that 56 car, sitting in the top 6. Trying to chase down the next esports car. XPD Emerald Racing race leader expected to make a pit stop here in the next 2 laps. Future Race Team Pro in pit lane already. The 18 car in pit lane. We expect a little bit more to come in over the next couple laps. Alberto Garcia Blasco trying to give pursuit. Racing through. Race leader, does he come down pit lane this time or wait a lap? He will wait a lap here. So he'll stay out one more lap here. Future Racing Team. Dan Berg behind the wheel. Dan Berg being listed as being in the GT3 AM class. That is not correct. Yeah, drivers all over the place here. So we gotta get that fixed now. This is wild. Let's see if we can get that fixed here shortly. Roberto Garcia Blasco in pit lane right now. Is there a driver change or are they waiting? There is a driver change there. Pablo Alvarez gets in that car for the race leader. Next Esports also coming down pit lane. Diego Cayon Sr. We expect a lot of driver changes coming now. If they didn't come in the first stint, they will come about this halfway point. And there is a driver change there. Albert Blanc getting behind the wheel there. Mass doubles red, stays on the lead lap though, and stays leading this race now. Alvaro Garcia leading the way. to get things figured out here, and as far as like the M and the Pro cars. All right, there we go. I believe we got some things fixed here. It looks like everyone's back where they need to be. Thank goodness. Another car on pit lane. That is Pablo Afrieri on pit lane at the moment. And Go Esports driver getting out of the way for Sergio Sanchez Cachafero. Getting in that car as that team drops to 15th place on the road. All right. Alvaro Garcia leads the way. Front and center for Mass Devils red. Again, pit stop still needed for this team. However, they're expected to go to about 82. So a little bit of leeway here for Garcia in the Mass Devils team. The number 7 car has a few laps left to go. At least 3 laps that they can go here. If their fuel mileage is consistent at the 41 lap per stint. And they will stay at least one more. They will cross lap 80 here. Not a bad effort so far. Garcia leads the way. We'll take a hydration break here soon. We want to make sure we get through the majority of these pit stops here, especially with GTP, because they've been wildly spread out. Same with GT3 Pro. They've been wildly spread out. Lorenzo Castellani needs to make a driver change at some point, but we expect that they will be a little bit behind here. Still about 10 laps for this team to make another pit stop there. They went 40 laps on a stint. The average was about 39. Some drivers came in way earlier than that. But Castellani, they won't make a pit stop until about an hour, about 2 hours and 10 minutes in. They've still about 20 minutes in this car still. Peaky driver sitting 3rd place behind Carbano Esports JD. This battle for 2nd place has still been pretty close. And they're not far away from Rukinor Racing either, who stays in 4th place in the GT3 Pro category. Enosis Esports sitting behind AZR Motorsport at the moment. This is 5th and 6th. Miguel Santos behind the wheel of the Enosis Esports machine, who has gained 2 spots tonight. Biggest gainer so far in the class belongs to AZR Motorsport. 8 spots gained for the 220 machine, with Kiko Alves behind the wheel. Alves behind the wheel of that car in 5th place. In 7th right now is Negative Delta by Buellers, with Vladislav Shopov, podium finisher last time out at Watkins Glen. Gonna need a little bit more fortune and luck to come in the second half of this race to get back to the podium here tonight. But right now sitting in the top 10, a decent run so far for that BMW team. SR Technic not far away either. Carlos Casino in that car, that 213. Really Slow Motion Racing in 9th place. Ben Stifler behind the wheel. Go Esports, Mark Lopez in 10th place, ahead of an entire flourish of GTP machines. That is a mosh pit if I've ever seen one. And that is 4th place. There's Mass Devils Blue. Whoa! Trouble! Further back. That was Dan Berg that turned one of the GT3 cars, and that's caused even more trouble. Mark Lopez got turned by Future Racing Team Pro, and that collected the race leader in GT3 Pro. That is Castellani with significant front end damage. Oh no. And that's sure to be a pit stop for Castellani. And it will be. And that throws the race for 07 Racing right out the window. That is a nightmare. Dan Berg in that car. And that obviously that car just lost its front end. Attached to the tethers there, but there's a lot of damage that needs repaired on that number 201 machine. They will fall out of the race lead. It hands it over to Alberto Moreno Sr. and Carbano Esports JD with Peaky drivers in 2nd. A nightmare situation. has unfolded for the leaders of GT3 Pro. And we'll walk through what happened here. Dan Berg has come down pit lane as well. Future Race GT Pro already got one penalty for causing a collision. Or sorry, it was under investigation for causing a collision. I don't think we found out if they ever actually penalized Milo Spielman for it. Mark Lopez, though, in this 288 machine, we talked about him being in the midst of everything. One car went through, unsighted there. Only so much that could be done there. And you saw the race leader. Just like that, the race flips upside down. So Alberto Moreno now leads over Alex Garcia. First and second has changed dramatically since this race started almost 2 hours ago. What a turn of events. What a wild and wild turn of events. And once again, as we approach another hour mark, things look dramatically different in this field. Not so different at the front, with XPD Emerald Racing leading the way. They've done a fantastic job so far in holding on to that race lead. As pit stops cycle through for the GTP field, we lose our overlay once again, as we were trying to fix some drivers that were put in the wrong class. So it looks like this is going to be round 3 of this battle with SDK. Fun times there. See if we can just do a simple reboot of the SDK program software. We're not going to go on a hydration break until we get this fixed, so we will stay with you here. So just a second to reboot everything here. Give it another solid refresh as we watch the race leader in GT3 Pro, Alberto Moreno Sr., leading the way in this class. Cabano Esports leading both GT3 classes at the moment. This team has got it figured out in the GT side of things. In GTP, though, they are not doing well right now. 16th place for that team, as things currently stand. Moreno Sr. leads Peaky Drivers in second place. That Mercedes team, Alex Garcia, they've been plucky. They've not had a lot of support. Obviously, being the only Mercedes team in the field, it's been them by themselves. They entered this race 4th in points. They finished 4th at Watkins Glen, so they didn't do too awful bad there. But still looking for some effort here. Points will flip pretty dramatically after this race. And just across the board. It's going to be pretty insane. GTP standings as they run right now. We've been kind of going throughout the field here. XPD Emerald Racing leads the way over Mass Devils Red and Project Dynamic Green. Persona Nomad sitting in 4th place at the moment, the leading Acura car. Over for the down Lithium Motorsports. Sitting in 7th place. They are just ahead of the race leader too, so they're in danger of going a lap down here. I'm going to talk about where The race leader's that Pablo Alvarez sitting at the front of the field. With Lithium Motorsports not far behind. Zachary living good. Living under the pressure right now. 6th place right now. As cars continue to make pit stops here in this race. About the 2-hour mark. This is a battle for position. This is a battle for 6th place. With Aaron Avener. 6th place for Magic Arrow, the 55 crew. Both these two battling to try to stay on the lead lap here in GTP. As they continue to fight. And now they encounter GT3 traffic. That is the negative Delta by Bueller's car, the 238 car. I believe one of the GT3 AMs as well in front of them. That's one of the Ferrari 296s. That they were going to try to make quick work of. As the race leader gets right to the back end of those GTPs. Alvarez trying not to get in the middle of this shuffle, just trying to get through and keep that car safe. We've seen leaders time after time again so far in this race to get conked out here. High-Speed Emerald Racing looking to capitalize here in this race. And obviously after Watkins Glen, not the race that they wanted. They did not finish. They did not score points. So this is a very much needed result if they can hold on to it for the next 2 hours. But that is 2 hours that is going to be excruciating, especially if you're leading this race. That is the adrenaline. That is the anxiety of sports car racing. There's so much out of your control. We've crossed the halfway point in this race. Yeah, for everyone tuning in, I'm Carmen Sienna. Bringing you flag-to-flag coverage of the Platinum Endurance Championship, Race 2 of the season from the Autodromo Jose Carlos Pace. Watching as the race leader in GTP goes through. We're going to ride on board with the GTP race leader as we go for our second hydration break of the race. Wow. You can tell we definitely need a hydration break there. Don't go anywhere. Coverage continues here non-stop here on ABN Esports 1. Welcome back, everybody. Over 2 hours in, 1 hour 52 minutes to go in this race. Very on board with Luigi Nespolini. The 07 Racing Team led most of this race so far, but an accident involving Future Racing Team Pro and one of the other GT3s took this team from the lead down to 8th place. Now with Nespolino in that car, they made a driver change from one Italian to another. A 07 racing car, which has a lot of pace, trying to make things work. A little further up the order here, this is Pedro Oliveira Vigario, still in the car for AZR Motorsport, and defending from Koi Racing Red, the 297 car. As they also get navigated by the 39 GTP, that Acura of Stop and Go Racing. Koi Racing Team Red. And Tara Shupnik, just outside the top 5 in GT3 Pro. As they battle forward here. Jutnik, again, looking just outside the top 5. Stay with this battle because this is within 2/10. This is a really close battle in GT3 Pro. I believe this is the closest battle we have on track at the moment. As we look around here, there's a GTP battle that's within half a second. That's F Racing LMDH chasing down Future Racing Team Pro. But this is one of the closest battles on track at the moment. Obviously, 2 pit stop cycles through, and it has been a wild race. Everyone on different cycles at this point in time makes this race very interesting. This is the battle in GTP that we're talking about. Julio Pinto for F Racing. And this is a battle between F Racing and, I believe, Race 2 Esport is not far behind this battle, is what it's indicating, but I believe that's incorrect. Because Go Esports just pit. So Sergio Sanchez Cachaferro took a pit stop here, so that's no longer close. SR Technic in pit lane. And he misses his pit box. That's going to hurt a little bit. Keeping an eye on everything going on here. Oh, in trouble! Marco Saavedra has spun around, approaching the penultimate corner. It gives the lead to Garcia. But Marco Saavedra goes around and hands the lead over to the only Mercedes in the field. What happened to Saavedra? Take your look, and this was a self-spin. No contact with the GTP involved for those that were jumping in late on that. No contact in that spin for Saavedra. Too much curb for that 211 car, which has now thrown that team down to 2nd place. And obviously, Alex Garcia now leading the way and now has a decent cushion, 11.85 seconds for peaky drivers. And Alex Garcia. Wow. Talk about a change in events. That was a wild time. So now Alex Garcia in the catbird seat. Once again, the lead in GT3 Pro has changed hands dramatically. Not sure anyone was ready for that. That has significantly changed things here. Bono Esports JD recovering though. Saavedra sitting in second place. Halfway between Didier Brobel for Rukinor Racing and Piki Drivers. 21 seconds separates the podium spots right now in that class. Pivot on down here. As we look here, SR Technic's got a battle going on here. I believe that's really slow motion racing in SR Technic. That is Jorge Mendez Pinheiro in the 213. And really slow motion racing has got Benze Siffler in the car. In that 229, that Ferrari. It is Ferrari versus BMW right now in this battle for 9th place. Battle for 9th continues to be ever evolving. Different teams put into it. Meanwhile, in GT3 AM, Virtual Insanity Racing, the winners from Watkins Glen, continue to lead the way here. Really good effort for that team that were underdogs before. Now more put together here for Interlagos. Philip Spez behind the wheel for that car right now. Spez leading the way here for Virtual Insanity Racing. Bono Esports not far away though. Sergio Ochoa Esposito still behind the wheel over halfway into this race. A little bit damaged though on that 3011 car. You see on that driver's side, that left side, a little bit scratched up there. Pick up the pace. They have picked up the pace. Diogo Cabezas in third for that team. We've seen that fluorescent blue and yellow and red machine occasionally throughout today's race. They did not set a qualifying lap time in today's race, but they have moved their way up to third place. Not a bad effort so far. Go Esports leaving pit lane. That Acura. No, that's the GT3 car. Excuse me, that's 288 GT3. Wrong car. They've got a GTP, but that GTP car is not on pit lane. Instead, it's David Martin coming back out on track. 8th place in that class. As you were saying there, though, SR Technic, 5th place in GT3 AM. AZR Motorsport White sitting in 4th place, though. Nuno Tavares Barbosa trying to chase down a podium spot. 19.8 seconds is the gap, and that's going to be a lot larger now to the Sienna S. And a little bit of contact to that rear bumper, that BMW for good measure. Whereas SR Technic nowhere close to take advantage, still approaching the penultimate corner here. So AZR Motorsport will be safe getting back and going here, but they have lost a lot more time to pick up the pace and that podium spot. A little bit too much curbing. Curbing has been the bane of some drivers' existence here tonight. Checking the penalties log right now. A couple of warnings handed out to Future Racing Team, the 318 car, the AM car, and Kuruma Motorsport. The 289. Pick up the pace in pit lane. So the podium in GT3 AM up for grabs once again as Cabezas comes down for a potential driver change. See if that's the case or not, or if he stays in for another stint. GT3 stints, at least an hour long. So it's a lot of time in the car. We'll see if Cabezas stays in or not. Looks like he will stay in for this pit stop. So no driver change. But Pick Up the Pace will drop down outside the podium spots. ASR Motorsport White, who already had an issue earlier with Tavares Barbosa behind the wheel just a couple laps ago, and will take over that third spot by default then. This is the quieter part of the track. Most of the energy right now going across start finish line right now. This is a little bit further forward. Aaron Avener, Magic Arrow 55, battling with Lithium Motorsports still. A pair of Cadillacs battling for the 4th spot, both of them in the top 5 right now as things currently stand. XPD Emerald Racing leads the way. Peaky Drivers leads in GT3 Pro. Virtual Insanity leads in GT3 AM. Watching Avener continue to try to hold off Lithium Motorsports and their American driver, Zachary Livingood. XPD Emerald Racing has put up to 3rd place, a lap down, and Mass Devils Blues not far away from going a lap down here. Right on board with Livingood. Lithium Motorsports in this battle for 4th place. Keeping it close, Stop and Go Racing, the 39 car, not far away either. Remains a very close and contended position battle. 4th, 5th, and 6th, not far apart here. Trouble! Trouble! That's the 299 that has gotten spun around. That is the Core Motorsports car that got spun around in front of the 34. Orlando Tejero behind the wheel of that car. What happened, and was it a self-spin? No, I don't think it was. Double check here. No, it wasn't. In fairness to the 34 of Livingood, Tejero was trying to close the door, and Livingood was there. I don't think that's Livingood's fault there, but Livingood coming down pit lane nonetheless. That throws things interesting for the 34 car. And that looks like it was just a drive-through. Did they give that to the 34? Looks like they gave a penalty to the 34. I'm not seeing anything listed about it, so I don't know if that was actually a penalty or not. Self-serve penalty may be inadequate there. But either way, I don't think it was the 34's fault for that, because Tejero just tried squeezing him off the track. Either way, positions lost to both Stop and Go Racing and Nix Esports. There's Albert Blanc, Nix Esports in 6th place at the moment as things stand. Stop and Go Racing in 5th, now trying to gain time on the Magic Arrow team. Mass Devils on the verge of going a lap down here. Not far away is the race leader, XPD Emerald Racing with Pablo Alvarez. who puts the GT3 Pro car another lap down. 13 laps the difference between GTP and GT3 at the front. There's Peaky Drivers and Alex Garcia leading the way. Alex Garcia. That team has looked pretty consistent already. But they've just been staying out of trouble so far in this event. That 221 car doing a really good job as things currently stand. Minding their P's and Q's right now. Carbono Esports in second place, 11.8 adrift of this battle at the front. Rukunor Racing even further behind, 26 seconds adrift is that Ferrari. Enosis Esports, another Ferrari in fourth, but not Artano behind the wheel. ECR Motorsport, Pedro Oliveira Vigario sitting behind the wheel. 07 Racing, the 201. Nespolino back up to the top 6 as things currently stand. Negative Delta by Buehlers, sitting in 7th with Vladislav Shopov. Doing a pretty decent job so far. See a little further down, Go Esports. Steven Martin getting passed by several cars here. Just 4 seconds adrift of the Koi Racing Red team, who have had a pretty quiet race. Jurovic back in that car. Bogdan Jurovic sitting in the top 10 at the moment. Checking right now to see if there's any penalties here. No additional penalties from what I can see. So I'm not entirely sure what's going on here. Nick Baggerman looks like being summoned to the stewards here for a second. ECR Motorsports in the battle with 07 Racing. Oliveira Vigario getting passed for 5th place. But the Italian team, driven by Nespolino right now, into the top 5 once again, with a little over 90 minutes to go. 94 minutes to go, to be precise. Not a bad effort so far. It's been pretty straightforward for some drivers here. One of those drivers that have had it straightforward, Alex Garcia. And that straightforward running has given that team the race lead in GT3 Pro. Likewise, straightforward driving so far for Virtual Insanity Racing with Philip Spez behind the wheel. Watching GT3 AM right now. It is a closer battle here between Virtual Insanity Racing and Carbono Esports. Not far away. You saw that Ferrari in the background at 311, keeping Virtual Insanity Racing honest in this fight. Virtual Insanity Racing had a pretty good runaway at Watkins Glen, the 8-hour race a month ago. Not so much a runaway so far, as you see the leaders of both the GT3 classes here. There's Virtual Insanity Racing, the 359, and then there's Peaky Drivers, that 221, that Mercedes just ahead. So both of the GT3 leaders nose to tail right now. Interesting. As they go down the back straightaway. Again, an example on where everyone's at right now. Pull up the track map here. Give you an idea of where everyone's at the moment. And this track map's going to be kind of confusing. And again, it shows exactly where we can see all the drivers at right now. We're focusing, obviously, on the lead in GT3 AM. So it's focusing on all the cars around in this area. And it leaves a dark spot in the calendar. So that's a good example of where we're at right now. As we follow Philip Spez in Virtual Insanity Racing, staying in the lead of GT3 AM. But it's a tight battle with Carbono Esports. But you'll see where all the cars are at right now. White for AM, black for GT3 Pro, and orange for GTP is where everyone's at right now. But you see there's action everywhere on track, including this battle for the race lead. Sergio Ochoa Esposito for Carbono Esports moves to the front of the field. Sergio Ochoa Esposito running pretty wild at the moment. Carbono Esports back to the front of the field in this class. Podiums once again for them in GT3 all across the board. Carbono Esports JD not far behind. There is Marcos Saavedra. Again, still second place. You see the number board behind the driver, giving an indicator for the fans and those watching where each driver is at in relation to their class. Brukenor Racing in third with Didier Brobel. Enosis Esports with Benat Artano sitting in the fourth position. And this really is a close battle between Enosis 07 and AZR. All three cars, once again, battling for fourth position. Nespolino trying to charge back to the front after being taken out from the race lead by a spinning of another GT3 by a GTP machine. That team got wronged, and they've been trying to fix that ever since. Xpedia Morale Racing continues to hold on. It looks like Carbono Esports JD. Okay, so I was going to say, I don't think Peaky Drivers has lost the lead yet. And that is the case. Alex Garcia holds a 20-some-odd second lead right now. Carbono Esports JD, they are just now coming out of turn 5. So about almost half a lap behind. Well, a third of a lap behind, I should say. Saavedra sitting in second place. Brukenor Racing again, third place with Brobel. As this battle continues to evolve, Artano, another Ferrari, and then Nespolino. Down, Nespolino sitting in 5th place. Oliveira Vigario in 6th. Negative Delta by Buellers closing in as well. Vladislav Shopov in 7th place. And closing in. Koi Racing Red. A little bit further down the order. Bogdan Jurovic sitting right now in the top 10. Just barely ahead of behind SR10 and ahead of Go Esports. Meanwhile, this battle right now that we're coming up on is the battle still for the lead in GT3 AM. Spez again second in GT3 AM. believe, if I'm not mistaken, that is Victor Spira. Victor Serrera for Houseon Motorsport, having gone a lap down. Actually, more than a lap down. This is 10 laps down for Houseon Motorsport. They are well out of it right now. Just trying to continue going and score points. That race went sour in a hurry for them, and I think they're just kind of hanging in there for the fighting spirit of it. As things run at the moment, Virtual Insanity Racing is losing time more and more in the midst of this big giant battle. They're now 2.8 seconds adrift of Carbono Esports. Two more penalties have been applied. Chicane Line Racing Blue causing a collision, and Mass Devils Blue getting a second warning, resulting in a drive-through. So drive-throughs for the 242 and the number 10. And approaching, we've gone past the 2-hour 30-minute mark. Less than 90 minutes remain in this race. Things are all over the place here. Carbono Esports just ran their fast lap the last lap at 1:33.8. That was their fastest lap of this race so far. So Ochoa Esposito has done a fantastic job so far in getting to the race lead and trying to get everything cleared away and squared up. Philip Spez staying in second place, and it is a very distant second place right now for them over AZR Motorsport White. That was a lot of damage on that Race 2 Esport machine. That number 70 Porsche looking very unhealthy. That's a missing part of the side pod, I think. No, it may not. That may just actually be how that Porsche is designed. It looks like there's a giant gap in the side pod, but it's that way. It's that way on both sides. So that's just how the Porsche is designed. It just looked like a lot of damage. There is some damage on that 70 machine. Okay, there is some damage there for that team to be sitting now in 15th place, but it was exaggerated by that giant gap between the wheel guard and the side pod. 14th place at the moment for Cesar Cabral, who's spent most of the time in that car so far. With 1 hour left to play, Expedia Amaral Racing continues to have an expansive lead. A little over an hour left to play here in Interlagos. Pablo Alvarez, the number 5 car, has a 1 minute 10 second advantage over Project Dynamic Green. As you look a little further down, the race winner from a month ago, Ryan Littlemore, in the car for that team right now. The 71 car sitting second place. Not a bad effort for that team so far. Mass Devils Blue, though, a lap down firmly. Alvaro Gutierrez behind the wheel there. Aaron Avener, Magic Arrow, the 55 team, sitting in 6th place at the moment. they get around. That is one of the SR Technic AM car. Battle continues to persist between Zachary Livingood and the Magic Arrow 56 team, being driven by Dominic Facente. Battle for 7th place between these teams right now as things currently stand. Tiki Drivers leads in GT3 Pro. Curbano Esports leads in GT3 AM as 07 Racing has set the fast lap in that class, a 132.5 for 07 Racing. That is a wild lap time as 07 Racing has worked their way back, trying to get to the top 3. They have gotten to 4th place with Nespolino behind the wheel. But Enosis Esports not far away in this battle for 3rd. Artano and Espolino, this is battle for 3rd. Enosis versus 07 as the 71 car, Project Dynamic Green, makes its way through. Pretty peacefully at that. Prestata Nomad following behind as well. So the leading Acura not going to be far away from this as Artano and Nespolino stay close together. Prestata Nomad trying to be nice and courteous to this lead battle. Battling for the podium spot in GT3 Pro. Prestata Nomad goes to the inside. Gives the full braking advantage to that 274 machine driven by Artano. Benyat Artano looking for a podium. Nespolino sitting in 3rd. Not far away. Ferraris 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. But it's a Mercedes at the front of the field by 10 seconds over Rukinor Racing. 07 Racing knows that there's 80 minutes left on the clock to try to get back to the podium spots and make up as much time as possible. Doing everything in their power to make something happen here. Artano staying in 3rd place, but Nespolino not far apart at all. 6/10 the difference. Let's right on board with Nespolino. One of the lap down cars letting these leaders go through as they battle forward. This is the 207. This is the 201 car of 07 Racing. And it's a GTP on the outside, trying to make their way through as you see the track map on your screen. 115 laps have been completed here by the GTP leaders. XPD Morale Racing, the race leader. Peaky Drivers leading GT3 Pro. GT3 AM is Virtual Insanity Racing. Leaders at the top of your screen as they currently stand right now. I believe XPD Morale Racing's actually made a pit stop. Most of the GTP's making a pit stop here. So I believe there's at least one pit stop left. For those that are making pit stops now, there's one pit stop remaining in this race. For those that have not yet made a pit stop in GTP, 2 pit stops left. XPD Morale Racing made a full pit stop. It stayed in the race lead by almost 8 seconds. That's how much of an advantage that team has had. They have been flawless today. Number 5 team has been untouchable. Grow Racing Team Red at the front of this battle for the top 10. That's further on down the order here as we keep an eye on this battle between Artano and Nespolino for 3rd in this class. And a little over an hour left to play. Coming to 75 minutes left to go in this race. 77 minutes left right now. Project Dynamic Green in pit lane. Who is in this car right now? Are they doing a driver change? Pulling information up here. They have not done a driver change. Ryan Littlemore stays in the car here. XPD Emerald Racing with Pablo Alvarez. Second place at the moment. Mass Devils Red. Needing to make a pit stop. Sergio Bora back to the lead, but it's temporary. Coming up on a GT3 car there, one of the Ferraris. Makes his way through. Again, pit stop's underway right now, but Bora will end up cycling down to the second position here by the time things are all said and done. $16 GTP cars, all still running. Top 15 on your screen. Carbano Esports Black sitting 12 laps adrift of the race leader. Mass Double Blue coming out of pit lane now. Alvaro Gutierrez with one pit stop left to go in this race. And there's Prestana Nomad, Taylor Lane in the car. They've made a driver change here. Another drive-through, this time for an AM-class car. ACR Motorsport White, a drive-through. So keep an eye on the race here, 6th place. That's Peaky Drivers. 221, that Mercedes of Alex Garcia still behind the wheel, leading the GT3 Pro class at the moment. This is as things currently stand. Alex Garcia staying firm in this race leading position. Albert Blanc for Nix Esports comes down pit lane, gets his service. One pit stop left for that car, the number 14 machine. Mass Devils Red comes down pit lane. Sergio Bora will relinquish the race lead back to XPD Emerald Racing. There's Pablo Alvarez. Mass Devils Red in pit lane. Magic Arrow 55 in pit lane as well. And that is a driver change. Thomas coming back onto the car. Mass Devils Blue. Alvaro Gutierrez coming around the final corner. As Mass Devils Red and Magic Arrow 55 get ready to come out of pit lane. A phenomenal drive so far. We've had a correction to the penalty log. We said that it was ACR Motorsport White they got a penalty. It is not. It is ACR Motorsport proper, the pro car, the 220 that's got a drive-through penalty. So correction there. The 220 ACR Motorsport car, Pedro Oliveira Vigario, for track limit infringement is a drive-through penalty for that team. 5th place for them. They will lose some time. Beniato Tano holds on to the third position behind the Beaky Drivers over 221 and Rucanor Racing's 239 car. Still a close battle between Enosis Esports and 07 Racing, but that battle has tapered out a little bit. 9/10 the gap here between third and fourth and GT3 Pro. Nothing is guaranteed though, with still 72 minutes to play. We know that most of the GT3 cars have one pit stop left in this race, if not all of them have one pit stop left in this race. Some of them have gone longer, some of them haven't. But everyone should be pitting up after the 3-hour mark here, as the 369 of Pick Up the Pace lets go of this battle for third, not their fight at the moment. Urbano Esports JD has been in pit lane for a while now. That team has gone south just after the 2-hour mark. That team has been in pit lane for 41 minutes, meaning they will not score points. If they get to come back at all to finish this race, they will not score points. Have to finish at least 90% of the race leader's distance according to your class. You cannot do that in a 4-hour race if you're missing 41 minutes. So that's a rough turn of events there for Marcos Saavedra. Following a battle here, this is a battle for 9th place. Kellen Garrett's once again battling with Lithium Motorsports. Cadillac on Cadillac fight! That is an Acura coming around the outside lane. That is IPM Gold, putting them in the 11th position outside the top 10. IPM Gold just swung around the outside with Walter Mendez, putting in a power move. Up to 10th place for that team right now. IPM Gold running phenomenal times. Mass Double Blue sitting in 4th place. Prestana Nomad not far behind. This is Gutierrez and Lane battling for the top 5 positions here. Stop and Go Racing, looks like they were close to something here with the Magic Arrow 55 team. They are close. Battles throughout GTP. There's Thomas Mork in the 39 car. Magic Arrow 55 car has Thomas in it. So new drivers, or returning drivers in this case for Thomas. Thomas started this race, got back into the car for the finish, a little bit wide from Mork for Stop and Go Racing. And they stay side by side. Acura versus Cadillac. Contact between the two in Sector 3. And Mork holds on right now to the 7th spot. But they will stay in this ongoing feud. Mork again holds on to it, but Thomas definitely showing he has the pace here to try to get around for 7th place. Mass Devils Red, 2nd place, and XVD Emerald is just in the wrong side of the track for us to be able to see them. XVD Emerald Racing will have the race lead pretty firmly here. Mass Devils Blue in 3rd. As things currently stand, we're watching this battle for the 8th position right now. Again, Thomas just trying to find a way around. Looks like more downforce on that 55 machine compared to the 39 of Stop and Go Racing. The battle's all the way throughout. As it corrects itself there. Mass Devils Red is not far behind, though. Gap between Mass Devils Red and Project Dynamic Rain is 58 seconds. Battle at the top of the field is down to 2 seconds here with about an hour ago. $123 laps completed here. Watching this battle here for the top 5. Taylor Lane in 5th. Chasing down the Mass Devils Blue machine. That number 10 car being driven by Alberto Gutierrez. Or Alvaro Gutierrez, excuse me. Alvaro Gutierrez, Mass Devils Blue. And they're putting the 0-7. This battle for 3rd in GT3 Pro almost got put 3 wide. Almost could have gone 4 wide there in the Sienna S. That would have gotten messy quickly. Everyone manages that pretty well, but that battle for 3rd finally switching around, potentially to be in Nespolino's favor. between Inosu Esport and 07 Racing. One of the Cadillacs going through there. But Nespolino now very close to getting onto the podium places here. Right in the nick of time. This battle has cost them 2 seconds to Rukinor Racing. That True 39 team setting pretty decent right now in the second position. They're nowhere close to peaky drivers who have had a faultless race in GT3 Pro. But a second place, not a bad effort either, given how they were not far behind Watkins Glen, but just didn't have the fortune to capitalize on those points. A good turn of fortunes here for them will help them gain a lot in the championship standings here. Again, this battle for third place. Nespolino, we're watching center of your screen. Alvaro Gutierrez in third, leading this battle. Sorry, this is not Alvaro Gutierrez, it's Bernardo Artano. Too many battles in my head that I'm following here. I've got Artano and Nespolino, who we're watching right now. You've got Taylor Lane and Alvaro Gutierrez in GTP. That is Prestada Nomad and Mass Devil Blue that we're talking about there with Lane and Gutierrez. And then you've got battles just all the way throughout here. It's a wild time, and Nespolino looked to the inside there, will not have a chance to go through. Artano, to his credit, a phenomenal battle so far. Phenomenal defense of that third spot. Nespolino, definitely a quicker car. Oh, that almost got very hairy very quickly. That GTP thought better of it. That was the 14 car, who's already been penalized once in this race, the next esports car. Realizing that this could have been ugly quickly, instead he's got to tiptoe his way through. And tiptoe he shall, almost crossed off into the grass, but makes his way through, and Nespolino uses the advantage. Crossover by Artano. Almost contact between the two Ferraris, and Artano stays third place to the penultimate corner. They stay side by side. Artano's got the advantage, a little loose though. Nespolino gets third again. And Nespolino took advantage of the next esports car going through to take this position away. Peaky Drivers leads the field in GT3 Pro. Rukinor Racing second. And we've seen a change for third in favor of Luigi Nespolino and 07 Racing. Phenomenal stuff in this battle in GT3 Pro. Very smart driving by Nespolino. Knew he had to make something happen. Took advantage of GTP action. Opening the gap, opening the door. And now it is Artano having to switch from being defensive to all attack. With one pit stop left in this race for all the GT3 pros in the field. Again, it's going to be a game of what if, unfortunately, for this team. Nespolino, that team was leading this race for the longest time. And unfortunately couldn't make anything happen. Mass Devils Blue in pit lane. This is Alvaro Gutierrez in pit lane with over an hour to go. That means there's another pit stop for that team. This team is in trouble now. Another pit stop in order. Is this a drive-through for a penalty, though? I'm not seeing anything. No information on penalties coming up here. The last penalty we saw was for AZR Motorsport. Their pro car. Gutierrez back out of pit lane. I think that was just a drive-through. I don't know. I don't know what that was for that Mass Devils Blue team. Prestada Nomad, Taylor Lane currently on the podium right now. Actually, excuse me, just off the podium, because there's Project Dynamic Green, who fell out of our radar here. Oh! Oh! Trouble! Ryan Littlemore, right as we pivoted to him, clipped the curbing and shot out right to the outside wall. What happened to Project Dynamic Green and Ryan Littlemore? That was a wild turn of events. Does that car have damage? That was a wild turn of events there for Littlemore. What on earth happened there? Crazy stuff so far. And Project Dynamic Green will come down pit lane. So that was not as innocent of an incident as we thought it could have been. And they will firmly go a lap down XPD Emerald Racing, who continue to lead the way with Pablo Alvarez behind the wheel. Wow. A dramatic turn of events there. There's Prasada Nomad. Nix Esports a little bit further down the order here in this battle for 5th place with Mass Devils Blue. But wow, what a turn of events there. What a turn of events. An hour left in this race. And it has been absolutely hog wild. XPD Emerald Racing lead right now as pit stops have cycled their way into starting here in GT3 Pro. DT Drivers leads in GT3 Pro. Alex Garcia leading the way. Negative Delta by viewers, sitting now in the 4th position with pit stops beginning. Vladislav Shopov one step closer to a potential podium. AZR Motorsport still hanging in there after serving a drive-through. So this team not doing too awful bad right now. Still sitting in the top 5 at the moment as things sit. 07 Racing, we saw them take a pit stop. We saw them in pit lane when Project Dynamic Green took their pit stop. So pit stops have fully begun here. And again, we'll find out where everything's at right now with pit stops set to resume here. We're going to take our last hydration break here with less than an hour to go. 58 minutes on the clock here at Interlagos. Don't go anywhere. Non-stop coverage on ABN Esports 1 continues. We are back here, riding on board here with Lorenzo Castellani, trying to chase down the Enosis Esports car in this battle that has raged on the entire last second half of this race. And it continues to rage on here. Castellani, 6th place right now at the moment. Enosis Esports still being driven by Bernardo Ortano. In 5th, pit stops underway still in the GT3 class, so things are out of position for a little bit. HR Motorsports in the top 5 right now, SR Tennis in the top 5, but they have yet to make pit stops. Same with Negative Delta by Brewers. So this battle, once everyone has made their pit stops, will become a significant battle for the podium spots once again. Ortano once again on the defensive, as he was most of the last hour. It's a matter of trying to handle this on a critical manner now as things continue. Ortano staying in that 3rd position right now. Again, as more cars come down pit lane, Peaky Drivers has got a full lap over this battle for 3rd place. That's where Alex Garcia sits at the moment. But again, Alex Garcia is one of those that needs to make a pit stop still. This 221 car has not made a pit stop since lap 80. Obviously, we're for Peaky Drivers are on lap 121 right now. So 41 laps, they are at the limit. I'm expecting a pit stop for Garcia here in the next lap or so. No more than 3 laps away. Rucano Racing coming out of pit lane now. Will stay in 2nd place. That was expected of where they would be. And it looks like Garcia is in this time. The GT3 Pro leader is in. Now, SR Technic, sitting 3rd place at the moment, still needs a pit stop. They will go maybe a lap or so longer, but not by much. In GT3 AM, it's Carbano Esports leading the way by 1 minute 18 seconds over Pick Up the Pace, who have had a very quiet but a successful race, all things considered. Diogo Cabezas in that car now. That team did not set a qualifying time, started at the very back of the field. But now sitting right now in 3rd spot behind Virtual Sandy Racing, looking at a good podium effort so far. Virtual Sandy Racing, 2nd place, there you go. Philip Spez looking to possibly finish this race with the team. Pit on lap 106, that's 118 now. I don't know if there's a pit stop coming in at the end of the race for Philip Spez or not. F Racing Devoy, 70 car, driven right now by Autodromo Jose. Right now sitting in the 14th spot in GT3 Pro for them, that 270 car. Very quiet race. Sometimes quiet is good in this case. Sim Racing Concept in 277, Alejandro Fernandez. Sitting just up the road by about 7 seconds from what we were looking at just a minute ago. Kuruma Motorsport in pit lane, so that'll give Sim Racing Concept a position back here as some of the final GT3s make their last pit stops here with less than 50 minutes to go. 47 minutes left in this race. pit stops for Race 2 Esport and Project Dynamic Green. They have been in pit lane for a while. Cesar Cabral was in that car for a little bit. Was last driver in that car. Little more finally out and rolling. Speaking of one of the cars stuck on pit lane, down in 15th position after spending 14 minutes on pit lane. I believe Race 2 Esport may still be on pit lane. There it is, Cesar Cabral. Thought he may have been rolling as well, but that is not the case. Magic Era 56, another car that recently just came out of pit lane. Persona Nomad as well. 10th place, Taylor Lane. After spending a significant amount of time on pit lane, that team was battling for the podium once upon a time, not too long ago. Now just trying to hold on to a top 10 position here. As XPD Emerald Racing holds on to a position. They know there's another pit stop coming up here in about 10-15 minutes for the top two. XPD Emerald Racing and Mass Devils Red, separated by less than 4 seconds. Fastest lap, personal best by the 18 Future Racing Team Pro in 12th place at the moment. But this battle at the top is the closest battle in the class, in the top 5. Then you look at IPM Gold and Magic Arrow 56, just behind the race leader here. IPM Gold sitting in 6th place, 30 seconds adrift of Stop and Go Racing in the top 5, and just 2 seconds adrift of the Magic Arrow 56 car just behind, currently being driven by Cone Garrett's. At number 270, letting the leaders go through here, the GT3 cars, the GTP cars, excuse me, go through. 270 at 270 car is, if I can track it down and find it, F Racing Devoy is who we were talking about there. SR Technic finally down pit lane. Jorge Mendez Pinheiro down pit lane for the final time for SR Technic. And that is a driver change to end this race. Carlos Cosino coming back into the car. '07 Racing back to the podium in this battle for third. Beniato Tanos down in fourth. Lorenzo Castellani, who qualified this car and spent the most of the first half of this race in the car, trying to finish this race off, has gotten back to the podium places. However, it's a 20-second gap to second place in Rukinor Racing. Vincent Bruning finishing this race for Rukinor Racing. Then it's Peaky Drivers, the only Mercedes team in the field. Cita Ferrer in the car right now has been perfect today. That team, top to bottom, has been perfect. Qualified top 5 in this race. Excuse me, qualified 7th in this race, excuse me. Did not qualify top 5, was close. After qualifying 7th, though, again, perfect race, perfect composure and consistency. They've not put a foot wrong all race long, with 44 minutes to go in this race. They have an undeniable battle for the race lead. Battle for third remains ongoing. Artano trying to chase down that 07 Racing, the 201 car being driven by Castellani. It's Castellani and Artano battling here. Race 2 Esports still in pit lane. The last car in GTP. As we continue to pivot through here, it is the closest battle for a podium spot as things currently stand right now. Castellani beginning to pull away a little bit here in this battle for third place. Opened up by almost a second now. Koi racing red with Taras Zhupnik leaving pit lane. He'll finish the race in that car. Another car coming in pit lane. IPM Gold with Walter Mendez. Walter Mendez behind the wheel there. I believe he will stay behind the wheel for this final pit stop. As pit stops do begin in earnest for GTP, they've got one more pit cycle to go through here. So this right now is important. XPDM Morale Racing with Pablo Alvarez. Last pit on lap 116. We're on lap 143 right now. Oh no, trouble. Taras Zhupnik. What has happened to Taras Zhupnik here? The 297. Oh, this is going to be bad. You can already tell. Getting around a car with a lot of damage. Rewind. Play through. Oh no, he got clipped by one of the prototypes. Oh! Another huge impact there. And that is coming out of pit lane for Zhupnik as well. That's unfortunate. Mass doubles red in pit lane. Alvaro Garcia in pit lane now. First one to blink. Mass doubles blue in this melee of cars, putting the GT3 Pro leader 3 wide. In this battle for position between Mass Devils Blue and Magic Arrow 55. Norbert Thomas in the 55. Alvaro Gutierrez in the 10. As they chase each other down for the top 5 spot. 4th and 5th right now for them. Stop and Go Racing enters pit lane. Thomas Mork in pit lane at the moment. Taylor Lane down in 9th place at the moment. Staying a little bit further behind. Magic Arrow, the 56 machine. Cone Garrett's in that car right now in 8th place. Lithium Motorsports with Zachary Livingood in 7th place sort of on his own. He will gain a position here as pit stops begin, but Livingood has to make a pit stop as well here shortly, so it'll be short-lived. XPDM Morale Racing with Alvarez behind the wheel. Continues to lead, and we'll pull up the strategy here. Try to hide the driver information behind. Last several laps here. You see, this is all based on the last pit stops there. Gutierrez and Tomek, they've already made their pit stops. Actually, no, they have not. They last pit on lap 117, 118. You see where Alvarez and Bora are. 28 laps for Alvarez was his last pit stop, whereas Mork went 40. Very interesting. So, still some time to go before Alvarez comes in to make a pit stop here. And Alvarez firmly in control of this race. Magic Arrow 55 and Mass Devils Blue within a 10th. That's another prototype that was off. That was not a prototype. Sorry, that was Salvatore Di Pompo for IPM Blue that was off. Side by side, Gutierrez over under side by side. Contact between the 10 and the 55. That was smoke going into the grass. Not sure who that was. Carlos Miguel Duarte. That was who it was that went off. Gutierrez down to 5th. What happened to Carlos Miguel Duarte? For Asian Motorsport White. Looking on board here, this is Asian Motorsport White, the AM car. And he gets help. A little bit of a clip there. Not a great effort for him. He was hoping for a little bit better tonight. Gutierrez, 5th place. He has lost a spot to the Magic Arrow 55 camp. Norbert Thomas. Right now, sitting in the top 5 firmly. Next, Esports. After having a penalty early, Albert Blanc sitting in the podium places at the moment. Mass Devils red. 50 seconds ahead of this as Sergio Bora tries to push his way through for the front of the field. This is a race for the front. Carbano Esports Black in pit lane. Bora again sitting in 2nd place. XPD Emerald Racing is still not made a pit stop. Alvarez, excuse me. Still working through traffic. This could be a very close battle for the front of the field when they do make a final pit stop here. Alvarez leads the way, but still has a pit stop to make. Race 2 Esport officially not gonna score points. They have fallen outside the 90% range, so 0 points will be scored for Cesar Cabral and company at their home race. Pick up the pace, entering pit lane. Diego Cabezas in the car for a final pit stop here in 3rd position, excuse me. Looking to try to hold on to a podium. Looks like they will be able to do so here. And driver change, Gonzalo Paiso gets into the car. Both Spess, likewise, will put a lap between himself in the other car on the podium. A little bit of quality assurance there for Virtual Insanity Racing. The race winners in AM last time out of Watkins Glen will go 2 for 2 on podiums as things currently stand if they can hold it for the next 33 minutes. Cabano Esports likewise on their own. Sergio Ochoa Esposito looking to take home a race win in a car that's had its war scars tonight. And Urbano Esports, even though the race has kind of fallen apart for them, still lead in GT3M. Cita Ferrer and Peaky Drivers leads in GT3 Pro. Again, a faultless race for them. as they look to take their first win of the season. Vincent Bruning in second place here for Rukunor Racing. As we sit here ready to go. SPD Emerald Racing running right now in a very solid position. Second place for them. Cheeky drivers will take the championship lead in GT3 Pro if things hold on for the next half hour. But Rukunor Racing, a good recovery from Watkins Glen to put them firmly in the conversation. Burning second place, 27 seconds adrift of peaky drivers at the moment. Lorenzo Castellani sitting firmly in third now, 2.6 seconds to the good. Catching up to some of the chats here of everyone watching live. Lorenzo Castellani. Again, third place for them. Peaky drivers just outside the viewing range, leading by a significant margin as Future Racing Team Pro makes their last pit stop. Dan Berg. Not a great race for that team so far, but this should be a pretty cut and dry pit stop for that team. SPD Emerald Racing continue to lead the way. Again, with just a little bit of time left. A little under half an hour, 28 minutes. To be precise, is what's left, and they've got a almost minute gap over Mass Devils Red. Sergio Bora just nowhere to be found in this battle. That is how good SPD Emerald Racing has been all race long. Mass Devils Red, no fault of their own. Just have to settle for second as things currently run. Nix Esports right now sitting in third. Not a bad effort right now, sitting in third place. They've got themselves a pretty healthy cushion as well, sitting about 23 seconds ahead of Magic Arrow 55, who have been in a pretty fierce battle all race long with Mass Devils Blue. But Thomas has gotten ahead of that number 10 machine, been driven by Alvaro Gutierrez. Lithium Motorsports sitting in 6th position. Zach Livingood has held on to that position at the moment as things stand. Prestana Nomad with Taylor Lane behind the wheel up to 7th place. Stop and Go Racing with Thomas Mork. Pair of Acuras there, 7th and 8th place. Magic Arrow 56 out of pit lane now. Cone Garrett's last pit stop of the race for that number 56 Cadillac. IPM Gold sitting behind them in 10th, with Walter Mendez behind the wheel. F Racing LMDH with Miguel Apaliao behind the wheel. I probably butchered that, but apologies. Still learning a lot of things on the fly here. Sid Danberg sitting out in 12th. We saw him leave pit lane. That is a Ferrari missing a huge portion of that car. It is Tara Shubnik, that's why. That car got repaired, but not completely repaired. That car's missing the entire rear bumper. That is a very exposed undercarriage and gearbox to that Ferrari. That is, you want to see what bare bones a Ferrari 296 looks like. You get a good look at the back of that car with this one. Taras Shupnik behind the wheel, the Ukrainian for Koi Racing Red. Sitting 4-2. The fact that they're still rolling and looks stable is a testament to that team's setup and their engineering going into this race. Not a bad effort. Nick's Esports down in pit lane again. Albert Blanc in pit lane will relinquish his podium spot with less than 26 minutes to go. It moves Norbert Thomas to the podium place. Magic Arrow sitting in third. Oh, a little bit of trouble there, splitting the needle. Just trying to get through lap traffic here. Kind of running through here, just kind of running through as things are right now. Expediemo Racing did make their final pit stop, but they stayed 15 seconds clear of this team. Sergio Bora 15 seconds behind Expediemo Racing, who have made the last pit stop. And it's Alberto Garcia Blaso once again in behind the wheel. The driver that put that car on pole will finish this race. As again, you see another car missing some parts. Gutierrez. Excuse me, Gutierrez. Garcia Blasco will put that car in the rearview mirror. That is a car missing the entire front end. I believe that's another Ferrari missing the front end as well. It is Nuno Vinagre for Core Motorsport, I should say. Missed the entire front end of that car. They are 16th in Pro. Sergio Bora, second place. Again, trying to maximize their effort here tonight, but without having something happen to the race leader, second place is about all they can ask for as things currently run. Another drive-through, race 2 Esport. Oh no, that's the car that just came out of pit lane too. Oh, excuse me, sorry, they're in pit lane still. They have not left pit lane. So they received a drive-through. That was a backlogged issue. That's a backlogged penalty that is now no longer relevant, really, as that team is effectively out of this race. So that doesn't change a whole lot in this race. Sergio Bora stays second in GTP. Not a lot of retirements in this race. Everyone pretty well sticking it out for the most part. There's Norbert Thomas in the third position, a lap down. Lithium Motorsports behind the Nix Esports car by a healthy amount. Another close battle here coming up here, 9th and 10th, between Magic Arrow 56 and the 49 car of IPM Gold. As the sun sets here in Sao Paulo. Huge day of endurance racing coming up here in real life. The Petit Le Mans coming up here very shortly. So for all you sports car lovers, you get plenty of it today. Mendez gets around. Lithium Motorsport in pit lane. That is Zachary Livingood, who would drop down to 10th place. Excuse me, 8th place, I guess, maybe. 8th or 10th. We'll figure that one out. But there, Livingood's going to come out right ahead of Cone Garrett's in IPM Gold. He was projected to be 10th, but then he came out of pit lane, so they moved him back up to 8th. That's how close that they were to possibly getting back to that top 8 position. But Livingood will stay 8th place by 9 seconds. Again, Peaky Drivers has been phenomenal in this race in GT3 Pro. Cito Ferrer. And it's not even close in this battle for the front of the field. Not even much of a battle here. Looking down in 4th place, just on the podium, Beniato Tano. For Enosis Esports, just missing out on the podium place by 3.5 seconds. They just set their fastest lap, 132.83. But still not quick enough to hold on to the Zero Racing Machine. Even though the Zero Racing Machine has got a GTP going by, they're entering the penultimate corner. Castellani's been way faster as a driver, one of the fastest in GT3 Pro today. Overall, phenomenal effort. Just recovering to 3rd place for that team that got wrecked out from the lead, dropped down to 9th place, recovered to 3rd after taking significant repairs in this race. That is a huge story on its own. And right now, they sit in the top 3 spots. Almost a guaranteed podium. Minus Enosis Esports as they try to fight and claw back at that podium place. Lucanor Racing sitting in 2nd place. This is Vincent Bruning behind the wheel of that car. A pretty solid effort for them. 20 seconds to drift of the 3rd place car. They're pretty well on an island of their own. Just having to manage all the cars coming their way traffic-wise. AZR Motorsport behind Native Delta by Buellers. Kiko Alves in 6th place for AZR Motorsport. Native Delta by Buellers. Just 7 seconds up the road. Vladislav Shopov podiumed last time out at Watkins Glen. A top 5. Not a bad effort as well for that team. Carbano Esports, their AM team, has been the bright spot for this team so far today. Their GTP car almost wrecked out. And then, obviously, issues with their GT3 Pro car after the halfway point. Achella Esposito, though, keeping that car pointed straight and narrow. Damage on that driver's side after being T-boned. But has not stopped them. Almost a full lap ahead of Virtual Insanity Racing. Carbano Esports recovering nicely to score some really good points right now as things stand with less than 20 minutes to go. Drivers that have fallen out of this race. Started this race with 45 cars. Koi Racing Red, one of those cars, still wounded. Ukrainian Taras Shupnik still holding on. That guy just a really weird situation there. Can't help but keep highlighting it. Started with 45 cars, though, in this race. F Racing GT3 are out. Raider Engineering Esport did not start this race. Euromaster Esport is out. Carbano Esport JD is out after the halfway point. Race 2 Esport effectively out of this race. They stay on pit lane, but they have not returned in over 40 minutes. Halpsod Motorsport is out. That is the GT3 AM team. Future Racing Team AM. Excuse me, Halpsod Motorsport is not out. Excuse me, they are multiple laps down. They are 9 laps down, but Kevin Simon's still going. And I think they'll still score points as well. So, no, I was wrong there. They are still running. I just didn't see that the timer is still going for them. So, all of the AM cars then still racing in this race. All 7 of them. Not a bad effort there for AM. 100% finish rate with 20 minutes to go. Less than 20 minutes to go. 17 minutes to go. Simon. Find the wheel of this car, just trying to score some points. Finished top 3 at Watkins Glen. Just looking to keep points going and head to Hockenheim in a few weeks. Hockenheim is the next race coming up here at the beginning of November. 5-race season coming up here. We're on race 2 of 5. The next race coming up is the beginning of November. I believe the first Saturday in November, actually. Looking through our calendar here. November 4th. 10 hours of Hockenheim. The second major race of the season. Season ends in December with the 12 hours of Spa. So there's going to be plenty of racing to consider here. Still this season. My, how things change. Cone Garrett's 8th place for Magic Arrow 56, getting around one of the lap down cars there. I believe it was a Go Esports car that they were just passing. Future Racing Team Pro, Dan Berg behind the wheel, sitting 12th place. IPM Gold not far behind in this battle for the 8th position. Walter Mendez is closed in. That Acura making some road. XPD Emerald Racing leads GTP. Leaders in each class, top of your screen. Peaky Drivers, top of GT3 Pro. And Carbano Esports, top of GT3 AM. With 15 minutes to go. One car coming in, that is the F Racing LMDH, the 99 car. Miguel Apollo. Going through pit lane here. Halpsod Motorsport. I know I'm pronouncing Halpsod wrong because it's Hal Blue Screen of Death. Or BSOD. So hard to think about that, but they've got a drive-through. That 327 crew, insult to injury, already last in the class. They will sit further back here. As we look at Miguel Apollo, 4th place, they at least served a bit of a drive-through here. Go Esports in 13th place, Sergio Sanchez Cachaferro. Carbano Esports Black, 14th place. Alex Gonzalez behind the wheel of that car. And Project Dynamic Green, Ryan Littlemore. How mighty they have fallen. They were in contention for a really solid result. Set second, a decent mount. That's the 10 car that just got spun. That's the Mass Devils blue car of Alvaro Gutierrez. What happened here to the 10 car? Battling for a top 5 position. Here's a good look at it. The 10 car trying to get around. Oh, and he just loses it on his own. Locks up the rear brakes. Trying to send it there on Carlos Miguel Duarte. Sitting in 5th place now, but that was almost a disaster piece right there. And I think, oh, they almost came down pit lane. I thought they might have, but they didn't. Alberto Garcia Blasco leads the way, looking for a race win in GTP and overall. There's a 28 of the Prestanda Nomad machine. That is 6th place for Taylor Lane. By the wheel of that car, Alberto Garcia Blasco trying to put that car potentially 2 laps down. Actually, the car, I believe, yeah, the car's 1 lap down, almost 2. With about a little under 12 minutes left to play in this race. It has been a phenomenal race so far. Alberto Garcia Blasco. Fast lap of the race just came in by Mass Devils Red and Sergio Bora. Sergio Bora, a 1:20.8. Fast lap of the race. Mass Devils Blue, the number 10 car, does come in. Alvaro Gutierrez will relinquish the top 5. First Thunder Nomad not far away. Neither is Stop and Go Racing. So Thomas Mork will gain a top 5 spot here. 5th place now for that 39 car. Sergio Bora, 2nd place. Again, doing what he can, but it is so hard to gain 15 seconds here with such limited time left to go. All the GT3s doing pretty well to just avoid the melee. Garcia Blasco just leading the field here, trying to mind his P's and Q's for the final 10 minutes. He's let go a lot of time now. Bora has gained several seconds here. This will be a very slow lap by the race leader, 1:26.5. That gives the gap less than 10 seconds. Bora smells blood in the water. 1:21.1, a 5.4 second difference. But now, as you can tell, Bora dealing with the same lap traffic that the race leader just dealt with a lap ago. It is Ferrari after Ferrari after Ferrari that is proving to be the obstacles in the way as Bora makes his way through, and he's just bobbing and weaving his way through Ferraris. That is wild. That is a wild visual there. Just trying to keep things pretty well pointed and set, losing a couple tenths there in that midst, but not nearly the time that was lost by the race leader. The issue is now is that coming to 8 minutes to go, you still have to gain over a second a lap, and that is so hard to do against a team that has been flawless today. Peaky Drivers, leader in GT3 Pro, just set their fastest lap, I believe just set the fastest lap in that class, a 1:32.30. So Peaky Drivers turning on the jets here at the end as well, showing a little bit of flex and finesse in the largest class in the field. Sergio Bora. Again, we're looking at him. He's closed in a little bit more. 8.6. Again, but you have to gain a second for every minute. And that is near impossible to do without a lot of help. Gaining a little bit more and more and more. Again, he smells blood in the water. But it's so hard, especially at this point, because you've exhausted all your options, and he's already as aggressive as you can be. At this point, he is very much in a get out of my way scenario. It looks like, I feel like this last sector is where really he gains a lot of that time. He's going to gain a little bit more here because that 5 car had to go through a little bit more traffic. It's going to drop down to about 8 seconds flat. But again, we're coming to about 6 minutes to go. A day late and a dollar short. Flor Bora. A little over 6 minutes to go. 8.1 seconds adrift with the race lead. But the fast lap of the race, 120.69. Not for a lack of effort. Gaining some more time, 7.6. .6 the gap. Like a lot of that gap was gained this time in the first sector. Sergio Bora is putting on a mad dash. A little further down the order here. This has been a wild fight. It's not so wild there for the race leader in GT3 Pro. Cita Ferrer has done a phenomenal job tonight. Start to finish. Started 7th, got to the race lead, and has not relinquished it. 07 Racing, Lorenzo Castellani, sitting pretty decent right now. 8.5 adrift of the Enos Esports car, and pretty secure on a podium place with 5 minutes to go. Likewise, it's not even a close battle, almost a full lap between Carbano Esports and Virtual Insanity Racing. So really, the fight we're looking at right now is the Mass Devils Red team as they try to chase down XPD Emerald Racing. Sergio Bora losing a little bit of time, dealing with some lap traffic here, and not a very premier position. That will just about put a storybook on it. XPD Emerald Racing from start to finish has been flawless. Mass Devils Red, where they started this race, doing phenomenal as well. Nix Esports started this race at the very tail end of the field. Not a popular team tonight after some incidents that team was involved in. But that team right now, sitting right now in a pretty decent 3rd position. Albert Blanc holding on to that spot at the moment in the last 5 minutes of this race. Again, for those just now tuning in, we've been live for over 5 hours here on ABN Esports 1 for the 4 hours of Sao Paulo. We covered practice, we covered qualifying, and the full 4-hour race. We have a doubleheader today. Later tonight, 9:45 p.m. It's the ARCS Midwest Barbecue Saturday Night Showdown Series from Las Vegas, 9:45 p.m. Eastern U.S. time. So we get a little bit of a reprieve here. Just past noon East Coast time for ABN Studios. 170 laps have been completed by the leaders in GTP. 3 minutes to go and counting. And again, the race at the front has shifted a little bit. The pace has died down a little bit by the 7 crew, realizing now with 3 minutes left, you're not gaining 7 seconds. Nix Esports has set the fastest lap, though, 120.55 for Albert Blanc. Low fuel means we're going to see a lot of quick times here in the last laps. For everyone tuning in, if you've not followed us yet here on Twitch, go ahead and follow us. Top of producing coverage for the Platinum Endurance Championship, we cover a lot of events from stock car to open wheel racing throughout the week. So feel free to follow us here on ABN Esports 1. And if you want to show us even more support, feel free to subscribe to us here on Twitch. If you're a Twitch Prime user, it's free. Another close battle here a little bit further back. Battle for 9th place. Walter Mendez in 10th place for IPM Gold behind Colin Garrett's as this battle's raged on for the last hour. No additional penalties listed here. Outside with less than a minute to go now. And you see the desperation in this battle with a minute left to go. They've got effectively one more lap to go. XPD Amaral Racing has started the final lap. The gap has come down to 5 seconds. But this is the white flag lap. This is it. XPD Amaral Racing has also been hemorrhaging time. Gap is still, and that's why. That's a lot of cars in front of the race leader with 1 lap to go. And it is a mixture of prototypes and GT cars for the race leader as he tries to tiptoe his way through, halfway through the lap. Alberto Garcia Blasco put the car in pole position. It's been a team effort to keep it there. But XPD Amaral Racing will wash away the disappointment of Watkins Glen 28 days ago in just 2 more corners. Up the hill, rounding for home. XPD Amaral Racing is in the clear. XPD Amaral Racing wins at Interlagos. Mass doubles red, kept him honest. Sergio Bora, phenomenal performance, trying to keep that charge alive, will come home second. Nix Esports, Albert Blanc will come home in 3rd place, rounding out the podium. Peaky Drivers, Cito Ferrer gets a way through. In the clear. Cito Ferrer and Peaky Drivers win their first race this season and take the GT3 Pro Championship lead. Cito Ferrer wins here in Brazil. Likewise, the race win for Garbano Esports. That 311 car was brought home by Sergio Ochoa Esposito here tonight. A fully chaotic race here this evening. That was a wild, wild turn of events. Running order is on your screen. What a drive by the race leaders. XPD Amaral Racing in pit lane. Following Parc Fermé procedure for them. Mass doubles red as all the cars make their way home. A fantastic drive tonight. As all the cars come home. What a drive here this evening. As everyone comes back down pit lane, we'll see if we can talk to some of our race winners tonight after a phenomenal performance. What a drive. XPD Amaral Racing take the checkered flag tonight in GTP Mass Devils red. The Nix Esports, Magic Arrow, Prestana Nomad. Mass Devils blue, top 6 for them. Stop and Go Racing, Lithium Motorsport, Magic Arrow 56. IPM Gold, round out the top 10 in GTP. Phenomenal effort all the way through as we browse our way through. F Racing LMDH in 11th, Future Racing Team Pro, Go Esports GTP, Project Dynamic Green, Carbano Esports Black, Peaky Drivers takes the win in GT3 Pro, 16th overall for them. Rukinar Racing and 07 Racing round out the podium in GT3 Pro. And Gnosis Esports kept them honest throughout the race, but will have to settle for a 4th place finish. Negative Delta by Buehlers round out the top 5 after finishing on the podium a month ago. Looking a little bit further down the order, a lot more of the GT3 cars here. AZR Motorsport and SR Technic, 6th and 7th in Pro. Really Slow Motion Racing there in 23rd overall. Go Esports and Grow Racing Team Red round out the top 10 in GT3 Pro. Carbano Esports, 27th overall, winners in GT3 AM. And Virtual Insanity Racing, another podium, 2 for 2 for them to kick off this season. They hold on to the points lead in GT3 AM. Finishing 30th overall. Pick up the pace, 3rd place. Podium finish for that team. A good result for that team tonight after starting dead last. Koi Racing Team Red, 32nd overall. Then you have SR Technic in their AM car. AZR Motorsport White, finishing top 5 in AM. And you look at some of the cars that had more trouble. Chicane Racing Blue qualified really well, just did not have the race result to go with it. Got turned by a GTP car and T-boned. And their race came to a pretty swift end from that point on. Core Motorsports, likewise, not lucky there, but they finished the race. IPM Blue finished 37th overall. Future Racing Team took the checkered flag as well. Halbsod Motorsport, last car to take the checkered flag. Then you look a little bit further down. Carbano Esports JD, one of the last retirements in this race. Euromaster Esports out of this race. Race 2 Esport is out as well. F Racing GT3 also fell out of this race. The Stewards had their own car, and Rider Engineering, neither of those two started. So that is how that race came to be for them. A wild result here tonight. But a phenomenal effort nonetheless for our race drivers and teams tonight. Podium positions are going to be posted on the left side of your screen. You'll see that live now. But a phenomenal effort here tonight. That was a wild turn of events. See if there's anyone interested in doing an interview here. A wild race. Obviously some tempers flaring here. A lot of contact in this race, which is ultimately not super surprising given how tight and narrow this track is. Again, we talked about it. 2.68 miles, about 4.2 kilometers. A very tight and narrow track. It's a track that has hosted races with endurance racing before, but it's always been known for being a tight and narrow track. It's a track that requires a lot of bravery and precision. And we saw a little bit of that tonight as the sun sets here in Sao Paulo. A second race out of the way here. It's just a wild turn of events. Again, a lot of stuff to break down here from Interlagos. XPD Emerald Racing here, the race winners in GTP. Again, podium finishers here tonight on your screen. Mass Devils red in second, Nix Esports in third, Peaky Drivers winning in GT3 Pro, and then Carbano Esports sitting in GT3 AM. Again, a phenomenal effort. We'll pull up the results once more here tonight. Again, this is the top 10 in GTP. Phenomenal result for them. Moving our way into the GT3 results. Peaky Drivers, we're going to Racing and 07 Racing, rounding out the podium in that class. And then looking down the final class of the order, GT3 AM. 7 cars, all 7 finished tonight. From Carbano Esports to Halbsod Motorsport. All 7 of them finish the race, and all of them will score points as a result of that. So for all the AM cars tonight, especially, pat on the back there. Could have been very easy to just let the car sit, especially for future racing team and how B-side motorsport. But they didn't do that. They kept their heads forward and they kept pushing. And a phenomenal effort for them. Again, your top 10 throughout each class here. Just a phenomenal effort nonetheless here. Okay, we've been live for over 5 hours time. Just one more run through here. This is GT3 Pro. Phenomenal effort for them tonight. And one more run through with GT3 AM. Giving shout outs to all those that finished this race and finished this race well before we head to Hockenheim in 3 weeks. This was a phenomenal race tonight. That was a very exciting turn of events. Obviously, some teams will be happier than others. But overall, I think a phenomenal race, a phenomenal effort for all the teams involved tonight. Very entertaining. Again, I'm just kind of waiting to see if anyone's interested in doing an interview or not. Doesn't look like anyone is here this evening. So I believe that'll conclude our coverage of today's race here tonight. Again, doubleheader action. We have more racing coming up here at 9:45 p.m. So we have a decent gap in the day. Obviously, a lot of people are going to be tuning into the Petit Le Mans coverage going on today. We hope you enjoy that, if that is your thing, and if you're going to be watching. If not, we hope to see you again 9:45 p.m. tonight at Las Vegas for the ARCS Saturday Night Showdown competition. The regular season finale is tonight. Going to be a lot of fun. Mile-and-a-half racing there for the Truck Series for ARCS. On behalf of everyone here for the Platinum Endurance Championship, though, and everyone here at ABN Studios, I'm Carmen Sienna. Thank you all so much for spending your morning, afternoon, evening with us here on ABN Esports 1. Stay safe. Stay healthy. Try to have some fun today. We'll see you tonight here at Las Vegas. But until then, we'll see you next time.